Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. It's a Monday, and I will be debating on Sara the Raging Tomato. She's the host for this debate. It starts in about 15 minutes, so I hope you're ready. Craig FDFE and I are going to be both in it. I just got home. I literally just rolled in, fired everything up. So I hope you're all ready for it. I am. I prepared everything, and I haven't got some food for myself. This is my dinner. So how are you all doing? I see. Let me look here. Let me look. What do we got? We got 140 of you. Craig was going to be. I haven't even checked. Is Craig live right now? Craig was going to be going right now. Let's see if he is. I'm looking. He's not live right now. He's going to be live in a little bit. Anyway, so we had talked about if he could, that he would do like a pre-show, and then we'd both do the live stream during, and then I do the after show. But anyway, it's just me, and it's just you right now. That's it. So so the way it's going to work is it's a 2v2 debate. Sara the Raging Tomato is going to host it. I will live stream here. Craig will live stream there. She will live stream there. And that's how it's going to be. So did I bring enough for everyone? I didn't. And let's see. Clive Wells won the 33 Whack-A-Troll for the day. Timed him out for just 10 seconds. The correct amount to time him out for, to give more people an opportunity to time him out. So that's the way to do it. Okay. All right. Craig got banned on Facebook for saying naughty words in not a regular Facebook, on Facebook Messenger, for saying naughty words in Facebook Messenger. Craig, man, you can't do that. Anyway, I'm super excited. I'm pumped. I'm anxious to go here. Let's see. We got that. It's going to be in, I already have the meeting. She sent the meeting a while ago. Where is it? There it is. So there's the StreamYard link. I'll get that, put it over here. Enter the studio, continue with YouTube. All right. You get to see the making of the sausage. I know you'll love that. There it is. Okay. Continue. All right. I'm logging in. Almost there. And all right. It's all right. Looking good. All right. There it is. There's the stage. And I'm backstage. Okay, there we are. I'm set up with that. Now I need to fire up my my presentation. Now, bets on whether or not the everything is bad people have done any, have put together anything. I'm guessing that it won't be much. They don't generally. They're just like, oh look, it's pictures of stuff in the sky.
No, perfect. Benjamin, are you with me? Oh,
I am.
Okay. I'm gonna check. Do some back.
I'm over letting a dog out here. You can look at this puppy instead of me. He's better.
Oh, puppies. I love
He's
puppies.
somebody's puppy. I don't know. Some fuckhead left him out in the mountain. I'm not kidding. They abandoned dogs they don't want. Some fuckhead. And this poor guy was starving, and I couldn't take it. So
the language
of this
guy.
The Humane Society down south. I can't have him. I already got 5 dogs, but
That's fair. That's
I ain't
very
gonna leave
fair.
him out starving on the mountain either. Getting
And
attacked.
is it Mick-tune or MC-tune?
Flat Earthers call me Micktoon. It's how they self-identify. But everybody else calls me MC Toon. You can call me Mike or Toon or Destroyer of Flurfs, whatever
I
you
love
prefer.
it. I
Yes.
love it. Okay, since you and Benjamin, you're still listening, right?
Yeah, I'm just standing off to the left.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna
I'm
edit
over
your
here.
volume. I got you. All right, so actually, it's perfect that you two are here because neither of you have been on Moderator Monday. I know Flo and Craig know the format pretty well. I'll give them a quick reminder, but I want to make sure I run through everything with you. Okay, so we're gonna start with opening statements, and since our chemtrail's real, the answer, if you're a yes. So Benjamin and Flo will actually do opening statements first, and then Toon, you and Craig will have the second. You'll go next. I don't know. Did you or Craig determine who was doing the opening statement first by chance?
No, we did not.
Okay, perfect. It doesn't matter to me. Usually it's whoever wants to be the last one to go and to like finish it off on opening statements. Some people are very specific on that, some are not. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
And
But we
then
both Craig and I get 4 minutes each. Is that right?
yes. And you said you have a presentation. Do I need to share screen?
Yes, I will share screen.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and pop that backstage now, like present
Okay.
it now, and that way I have it ready. I don't think Craig has ever done a presentation. Benjamin, do you have any type of presentation you need to share or anything?
I didn't presume that was available, so I did not make anything around that. I mean, obviously, as the person's talking, they can click through websites. I have a few websites I'm going to mention, but you can also easily just type the fucking website in that gets mentioned.
Crack me up. No, I've had like one other person do it once. It's totally optional as long as it's within the 4 minutes. I don't care. So yeah, Toon, if you drop that backstage, and then I'll be able to bring that up during your time frame.
Got it.
And then, so we'll run through opening statements, and then basically I open the floor up from there. Whoever wants to start diving in is perfectly fine. And we'll do that until 11:15 my time. Hi, Craig.
Hello.
Are you not going to wear the hat? Yeah.
Why the hat?
Well, I thought it could keep the CIA rays out and make me know the truth.
That'll help. Definitely.
Yeah. For some reason, my camera's all glitchy. I think NASA's trying to stop me spreading the truth or something. I'm not sure. I tried restarting and making it stop, but
yeah, it is moving slow. Do you have any other tabs running?
No, I'm not doing any high IQ research right now.
I'm trying to think of what else.
She totally didn't get that.
What about the midget porn? That's those tend to have.
Why would you close that?
That's what I'm saying, and that tends to have like them little add-ons. They're watching you after that.
It's the donkey special this week.
He's saying that that is the words of experience there, Balderson.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a good night.
My mom's ex-husband had a real
was a star.
Oh my god,
he was a star.
No, he wasn't a star.
Oh.
Boy,
good bunch. I'm so excited. All right, so we do. All of you, shut up! Shut up! I don't want to talk about midget porn anymore. All right, so we're gonna. We do that until 11:15 my time, so it should be approximately 2 hours until 2 hours from start. We'll shut down. We'll go into reading and responding. We'll do closing statements, and we'll just work opposite of where we started. We'll do closing statements, read and respond to super chats. If you are connected in, it will pop up. If you're doing a screen capture, then I won't be able to pull them up. So it totally doesn't matter to me either which way it goes. But that's just the option available to do so. Craig, I see you're connected. Benjamin, are you connecting in or recapturing it all?
All right now. I always
Okay.
I am the worst with computery shit.
Fair enough. And then read and respond to super chats. You do not have to stay for open panel, but it is, I tell you, it's like the funnest part of it. It's open panel dumpster fire. Craig, I think you hung around for the last one. It got crazy.
No, I had to run away because I was about to move house.
Oh, that's right. You did have to leave a little early.
But now you get my new studio with me
It's
glitching.
nice. It's like I like how it's kind of like a clean cut. It looks really nice. But yeah, we go into open panel dumpster fire and basically, oh, he cut himself out. It's terrible at technology. So they will come on and they are, they can uh essentially argue with any of you at this point. And it'll be 10 people on panel total. If it gets too crazy, I start yelling. That's when I go into total bitch mode. It gets funny. Everybody likes it. It's enjoyable. But once we hit open panel, you're not obligated to stay. You're also not obligated to stay the whole night. But we typically go until about 2 a.m., 3 a.m. if they want the extra degen power hour. But totally no obligation to you. You're
It's
welcome.
already 2 a.m. for me, so.
Oh, I know. That's right. It sucks to be you.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, I guess in terms of the streaming time, if you play with us, American folk. And then, yeah, I think that's it. I have two very big, strong rules across the board. I tell everybody the same thing, and yet everybody seems to forget this when they're in the middle of debate. But keep the interruptions to an absolute minimal, meaning I don't want any of them on the screen. If somebody's talking and it pisses you off that whatever they're saying, I don't care if wait, just wait until they finish and then call them a fucktard. I don't care if it's, you want to say whatever you want to say, that's fine. But wait for them to finish, please. That always causes the biggest ruffles for everyone on panel, and it always causes the biggest issues. And it's my one big no. We lost Craig. And then there you are. And then the other one is
Sorry.
it's okay. I don't care if you call each other fucktards. I don't care if you do that all day long. Just try not to actually make it the entire argument. Save the pure entertainment for the end. Let it build up. You know what I mean? Like, let's try to not spend our whole time just calling each other bad names and blah 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 blah. And that should get us through a fairly simple. At least we'll be able to have the conversation and have fun. I like to have fun. All the entertainment is fine. Toon and Benjamin, did you have any thoughts or questions on how we operate? Have you seen a Moderator Monday before and how we run it?
Yes, I've watched a couple.
Okay, so you're familiar then. And Benjamin,
I don't often have anything to say in the chat, but I watch your shows.
Uh-oh. What the hell just happened?
I don't know. We're missing Fluffy?
There we go. Yeah, he's just running 5 minutes behind.
Okay,
so
okay.
I'll give him about 2 more minutes, and then we'll probably kick off by the time he'll hurry up if he needs to. All right, I'm just gonna tinkle real fast. I'll be right back. You guys can get. I know everybody's got to be for that.
Tinkle.
And I think
we call it taking a Riley.
You can tell I'm a mom.
I'm just writing down tinkle. I'm taking notes. Tinkle. Check. Right there.
Oh, good Lord. Why is my camera doing that?
I got it there. And then
a mom from the city, that is.
When
you're from the country, we don't really have those niceties.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now, Balderson, I don't know. Don't make me use this on you, okay?
Flurf bingo.
Flurf bingo.
Benjamin, all right? Not for you tonight. Okay?
Oh, yeah?
A different time.
That's for me.
It's just my
love
notes on the
that.
back. I take notes.
Do you sell? You should sell the PDFs of those, like the
Oh,
cards.
they're on my website for free. There's 33 there's 33 different ones of them. And the 33rd one has an all-seeing eye in the middle where it's the free space. just to get the everything is Freemasons people that are nuts.
Right. One sec.
Wait, Craig's got a tinkle too, I bet. I already went tinkle. Ben, did you tinkle too? You just
I took a piss. I'm from a farm.
If you're gonna tinkle though, don't save it and then not here. Santos, save that for Santos.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, the piss drinkers?
Yes.
Oh.
Santos and
Santos sent me some of his latest brew. It's a bit of a dark color.
Santos Bonacci's in the piss drinker cult.
Oh
now?
yeah, he loves it. It's his favorite thing. He lets
Does he still look like fucking Gollum from fucking Lord of the he's held the One Ring too long?
He doesn't look that good. He does
like when he was doing the whole light patch thing, I was like, Jesus, is the light patch the One Ring? Holy fuck, Gollum.
He thinks that me and Toon are the same person.
Yeah, he doesn't know the difference.
There's two of you?
I don't know. Yeah, you could tell that I'm MC Toon because I have no accent. And he's Craig MacNeil because you can tell because he's got the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I thought you two were the same person until Sara sent me the email.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we were grown in the same clone vat in a NASA laboratory. I mean, not in.
Don't tell them that.
I thought you called yourself.
Did you bring the flasher? Mine's not working.
I thought you called yourself Craig. Craig, that.
That's Craig.
FF whatever shit.
FTFE.
When you were like debating like religion or politics and shit, because I seen you at DebateCon debating. Yeah. So I thought you called yourself Craig when you're doing that.
Yes.
And I thought you called yourself this McTootin. Yes, that's not the way I ever see it.
Right. So you thought we were the same person as well. Cool.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. And I thought when you were debating flat earthers, you went by this other name.
Frank Balderson is not an ex-flurf yet.
Goodness.
He's a current flurf.
We're getting
there.
Oh my gosh. Ben, it's a good time to leave.
I'm not a flat earther, right? They're MC Toon.
Okay. I hope not.
Craig,
like if you actually watched my presentations at these big events, I know my name's on the thing, but if you watch my presentation, I'm very open about being a cosmic egg guy.
Oh yeah, I think me and Simon Dan covered that a while ago.
Cosmic egg.
What is a cosmic egg?
Well, we're in a sealed.
Well, when the mummy universe and the daddy universe really love each other.
I've never claimed to be a flat earther.
Well, you're a concaver then.
No. Have you ever ate an egg?
A few times, yeah.
Yeah, from the outside.
Yeah.
I like the crispy bit in the outbit.
So you understand, like if it's in there, there's this whole yolky thing.
Yeah.
You know where the life thing bit is? That's like the lifey bit. And then there's this like clear liquid that the yolky thing floats in. And then there's a hard shell.
Yeah.
Holds all that whole shit and thing together.
Yeah.
You got the concept.
Okay.
Okay.
It didn't explain anything.
Someone told me today that division's not real. And now that's the second strangest thing I've heard.
Like division, like math division is
not
real?
He said.
Well, how do you cut the egg in half?
Fourth grade must have been tough for that guy.
It doesn't matter. It's just you were lied to, and they made you think that division was real, but you can't divide a number, so it's not real.
Wow.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, if you cut that person in half, they'll understand division, now, won't they?
Let's imagine that I had 20 chocolate chip cookies, and I wanted all of us to get the same number of chocolate chip cookies. Craig, how many cookies would each of us get?
You can't do that.
It's not possible. It's not possible. We'll get 20.
Maybe he's just the kid at school that never shared.
Or never got shared to.
Oh,
Poor guy.
Oh,
He was told. He was
Craig,
told.
I
we
did want
can't.
to ask
We can't do
you,
that.
Yeah.
Did you want to do the Marvel versus DC debate? I got to find a DC person.
Hell yeah. No, I'm the DC person.
Or I'm sorry, I need to find a I might just fucking debate you myself. No.
Fight.
Are you going to debate yourself?
No,
that's as weird as having yourself on the screen 2 times.
Am I on the screen twice?
Yeah.
No.
Don't gaslight me. But yeah, if I can find a Marvel person, then I'd like to do that May 4th. I think it's a Sunday night as kind of like a fun debate.
Fun? You can't have fun on that one. That's serious.
Oh, we're gonna all
that's some serious shit right there.
That's serial.
All right. Is everybody okay if, since you're presenting MC, I'll go ahead and make you last. And then Craig, are you okay with doing your opening statement before MC?
Groovy.
And Flo, do you want to go before Benjamin? You want to make the first opening statement? Second, doesn't matter. The question is, who do you want to have the last word between you two on the way back?
Pardon me.
I don't know that it matters to me. Does it matter to you, Ben?
Nope.
Okay. All right. This is going to be a fun one, gentlemen. I'm excited. Let me just set this up. Any final questions before we kick off? All right. And nobody...
Yeah,
I've got this weird mole on my back, and you any?
No. So Craig, Bill, I told Bill Nye that he's supposed to go over. Bill Nye's going to show up tomorrow.
Bill Nye the
and he's gonna cut it off.
Bill.
The problem is,
I told you he's not allowed sharp things.
He found that rusty scissors that we buried in the backyard. And he's
what happened last time when he was on the first floor?
God.
He ran with
I'm
the scissors.
putting you all backstage. Okay, here's how it goes. The intro video is about 2.5 minutes long. I'll keep you backstage when there's about 30 seconds left.
Putting us in timeout.
I am. Don't mess with this mama's timeout. And Flo knows all about it. When there's about 30 seconds left, I'll bring you back on stage. And that's kind of your cue to let you know the video is about to end. And you'll be on screen, so don't pick your nose. All right. Bye-bye, boys.
Roger.
What? Why would you not? Why? Okay. What's going on here? Now, do I not see? I don't see anything. Okay. Anyway. Well, that was cool. Okay. There it goes. I'm going to mute that while it goes, so it's not as distracting. Anyway, if you want to hear it, you can go over there. Let me see what's going on here while that's going. Now I'm still hearing it, so it's a little distracting to me. I'm going to do my best to not get messed up by it. I see. Stop. Shh. Stop. It's bugging me. Here, listen to this. It's
sainthood.
It's super crazy. I got to turn it down a little. Okay. I can't have it in my ear. It's too much. Icy Spin says 2 years and still no evidence. I haven't lost hope, nor my patience. My sarcasm levels have soared to an all-time high, but there are worse things. Yes. Alyssum says, would love to know where an A320 or A350 I could find the switch to release the chemtrails. That's gonna be the challenge. She's like, you can go to this website. So everything that they have is this. Here's my prediction. It's all gonna be Mott and Bailey, right? They're gonna claim that the things that you see in the sky normally, there's a little early, right? That's what I'm gonna go over. The same things that you see in the sky behind passenger planes. The one that you can look up and see. Oh, that's a plane going from Newark, New Jersey to Cleveland, Ohio. That plane there, which has, a lot of people on it that are being transported between places. That plane there is the one that they're claiming is doing all the stuff. But that's the Mott. The Bailey then is they're going to be like, oh, well, here's this other website that talks about completely unrelated non-passenger jet things that did stuff. Yeah, we know that happened. That's not supporting it. Oh, I can't. Hold on. Yes, I can real quick. I got a kitty.
My handsome little girl.
Hello. Look at that. Got a bow tie. What do you think of that? Raccoon with a bow tie. Yeah. My daughter made the bow tie for all the animals for Easter next weekend there. So there we go. All right. Thank you. All right.
Love you.
Love you too. Okay. Jack Butter says this is even dumber than Flat Earth. Where do they grow these people? I don't know. They're just not that bright. They just believe anything. They just really, really want to. Okay, here we go.
Think stupid when it got brought up. Nobody listens to me, though. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sara the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you another Moderator Monday live. We're going to be discussing our chemtrails reel. And with the conversation I had with these fine gentlemen backstage, I know it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a good one. You're going to laugh your ass off all night. So buckle up, sit down, shut up, and listen. Powder Dusty, would you like to kick off with your opening statement, please?
Sure. I've been on a lot of debates here, and I think out of all of the debates I've been on, my opponents here have the stupidest position I've ever seen anyone put themselves in. I don't know what the two are thinking. Chemtrails, geoengineering, these are things that aren't just established. They've been established for almost a century. So, I mean, I've got document after document after document from government sources, which I assume both of them are fans of. I guess that's my opening statement. I don't know where they can go from here.
Fair enough. Benjamin, to you.
Hello, everyone. For those that don't know me, I am Benjamin Balderson, currently on Deliberating Dog-Faced Dudes. And I've been around all over the podcast and speaking world, so by name, I'm easy to find. I would like to thank Sara Tomato for the kind invite, Flo for partnering, and Craig for accepting. I think this will be a lot of fun. I'm a little surprised to be debating this particular topic in today's world. It very much proves a thing gets a dirty label. It is always dirty to the public thereafter. In 2008, China reported using weather modification to control the weather fairly famously. They reportedly employ 37,000 people nationwide whose sole responsibility is cloud seeding even today. In the Beijing Weather Office. That was almost 20 years ago and was worldwide news. I understand you basically have to be a farmer to care about rain, and in today's industrialized worlds, farmers are few and far between. Not everyone hears of or knows about companies like Weather Modification Incorporated at the very odd address of www.weathermodification.com. Who would have guessed? Operating out of big old Fargo, North Dakota since 1992 and was founded in 1961 at their original location in such a tiny area in North Dakota, nobody even cares. Not everyone knows about organizations like the Weather Modification Association. You'd never guess what their website is. It's a hard one. Oh. Which was organized in 1950. In today's world, though, the Googles is in most people's hands. So this should be easy to fix. Then you could suddenly discover all the planned, ongoing, and failed projects to attempt at controlling the temperature or sunlight atmospherically. Like many patents pulled, many of these are scrapped, but many are tried with some interesting ways proposed. One thing I find interesting is looking at flight numbers during the Boogeyman in the Air years. I'm pretty sure these guys probably were running around with their masks on. Stampies in.
As they should be.
Yeah. Then looking at commercial flight numbers during that same time period. The numbers were abysmal, with the commercial industry dropping almost 70% on average. Remember essential workers and all the closed companies and shipping interruptions? I sure as hell do. private flights fell reportedly 80% on average during that same time period. But oddly, MIT, y'all have heard of MIT? Is that like neonatal MIT? Has been studying trail coverage through satellite imagery, and reportedly during the same time period, there was only a 22.3% in trail reduction, which is fairly head scratching. Little bit of a discrepancy. In closing, once again, thank you for the invite. And I believe this will be an interesting conversation. But in today's world, to pretend that all we see is frozen water crystals and you're a crazy conspiracy theorist for believing otherwise, I'm happy to take the easy win and have a good time.
Thank you, Benjamin. And Craig, to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's episode of That's Not How Planes Work. I'm Craig from FTFE, and I've been summoned here to defend basic atmospheric science from people who think the government is secretly crop dusting humanity with brain fog, infertility, and probably gluten intolerance. Now let's get something straight. Those white lines in the sky, they're not chemicals, they're not mind control, they're not some part of global eugenics plot. They're called contrails, which is short for condensation trails, and they've existed literally since airplanes flew high enough to hit cold, moist air, like in World War II. There are photographs of them and videos in the 1940s, but sure, Jan, tell me how you figured out the plot from your couch using a YouTube video and your gut feelings. Let me just address the most deliciously ironic part of this whole chemtrail conspiracy. If the powers that be really are spraying us with mystery toxins, then they live here too. They breathe the same air, drink the same water, and probably have to walk past Karen on Facebook ranting about the lines just like the rest of us. Apparently, the elites are smart enough to build a global secret spraying operation, but too stupid to install an air filter in their homes. I mean, come on, what kind of Bond villain forgets to wear a gas mask? Look, we've got actual data, atmospheric models, and a century of aviation science that explains exactly why contrails form. It's not a mystery, it is physics. But tonight my opponent's going to ignore all that and hit us with, well, I feel like it's poison because feelings are the new evidence, apparently.
I mean,
let's just quickly attack one of the things that they said, the difference between chemtrails and geoengineering. Chemtrails, aka sky nonsense. What is it, supposedly? A completely debunked conspiracy theory claiming the government, airlines, or the global elites are secretly spraying the population with toxic chemicals from planes for mind control, population reduction, weather control, or insert whatever flavor of paranoia is. What it actually is, they are contrails, condensation trails, literally just water vapor and sometimes soot from jet engine exhaust freezing in an upper atmosphere, like seeing your breath on a cold day if your mouth could move at 600 miles per hour at 35,000 feet. Evidence supporting it is as much as Flat Earth has supporting that. Not one shred of credible scientific proof, just zoomed in photos of planes, fuel tanks, misidentified ballast barrels used in flight testing, and dodgy YouTube videos narrated by blokes who think fluoride is a tranquilizer. Geoengineering, actual science. What is it? A legitimate field of climate science looking at possible ways to counteract climate change. It's mostly theoretical or in small-scale experimental phases. Think of it as humanity saying, what if things get so bad we have to start hacking the planet to save ourselves? Types include solar radiation management and carbon dioxide removal. Is anything being sprayed from planes right now? No, there are no active large-scale geoengineer programs and certainly nothing being sprayed secretly over cities. There have been theoretical papers and very limited tests, like releasing small amounts of particles into stratosphere to see how they disperse, but it's public, peer-reviewed, and very, very cautious. Evidence supporting it is real research, academic journals, climate modeling, international ethics panels, and transparency, because everything the chemtrail crowd hates is right there. Too long didn't read is chemtrails are nonsense, geoengineer is real. But chemtrail believers love to hijack the concept of geoengineering to say, see, they admit it, but it's like pointing at a weather balloon and screaming aliens. You want the truth? Chemtrails are a myth, geoengineering is real science, and conflating the two.
Bring those goalposts back here.
Failed a science class taught by a goldfish. Now let me say that again, but angrier and with a South Mead accent. Say the word. Over to you, Toon.
All right, and MC wants to bring up. There we go.
All right, thank you, Craig. So the title is "Are Chemtrails Real?" So what are chemtrails? I'll tell you what they're not. They're not cloud seeding. Cloud seeding is to take an existing cloud. So The lines in the sky aren't existing clouds. So take an existing cloud and cause it to precipitate. They use silver oxide, dry ice, calcium chloride, liquefied propane, or other things. The photograph there is a photograph of a torches, like they start fire on there, and that puts junk into the air, and the particles then cause the rain to fall from the existing clouds. Chemtrails are not things like Agent Orange, radioactive tracer tests. These are real things we know about. They are not other documented legit or less legit programs that are also known about. Chemtrails are not these ballast tanks that are used to test whether or not an airplane can handle the mass of a full plane with people and luggage. And it's not dumping fuel to reduce weight for an unplanned landing. Chemtrails, your claim, the word chemtrail, is this stuff. This is what is the claim. This is the topic of today's debate, not geoengineering, things that we know about. The lines in the sky behind passenger planes. The passenger planes that you can look up using any of a number of apps to see the flight number. And you can even get on these planes yourself. Now, what is the content of a contrail? A real contrail is because a passenger jet burns fuel. It's mostly kerosene. Jet A1 is the name of it, and it's highly refined kerosene. It's very pure. It has carbon numbers between 8 and 16 typically. There's a list of the different chemical compounds. And then there's also, because it's impurities in there, they can't have it be perfect. A little bit of water. That's the biggest impurity. And then they have other additives like a static dissipator so that, you don't get sparks and then explosions. Things for de-icing, things to prevent corrosion and lubrication. So here is the general formula for burning kerosene. There's the top one. I'm sorry that the interruption was it wasn't English, but so there on the top is the general purpose chemical formula for any of those there to burn. The bottom one specifically for C12 I chose because it's right about in the middle, C12H24 plus 18 O2s, 18 oxygen pairs, gives you 12 CO2s and 12 water molecules. That's what happens when you burn it. You get carbon dioxide and water.
You deserve a wedgie.
And why would it why would you see a contrail or not see a contrail? Well, the difference is the dew point. The dew point is a temperature. So the combination of humidity, air pressure, and humidity, oh my goodness, temperature. Anyway, it determines if the water vapor will stay gaseous or if it will condense. That's the dew point. The temperature, the water vapor will condense. So if you have lower air pressure, you have a lower dew point. If you have lower humidity, you have a lower dew point. So contrails are less likely over Nevada. You will not find very many pictures taken from Las Vegas of contrails. And you will see them more likely over the East Coast, where you have lots of humid air because it's near the ocean. And it's cooler, especially farther north. That's where you will see more contrails. Plus, that's where more people live. There we go. That's all I got.
All right,
No, I got one more. I'm sorry, one more. So the burden to you guys is the empirical analysis of the contents of the chemtrails, as you claim. Maybe you could sample them. You could do some spectroscopy with or without a container. You could use LiDAR or satellite imagery. And then this is going to be the really tough one. You need to document the delivery methods on these passenger planes.
I got you.
Where's the application hardware installed in the plane? What is the maintenance procedure? Certainly the people that are maintaining these things need to have documentation for what to do.
We need all that shit to prove chemtrail.
Shut up.
And then, so then there's mechanics. And so maybe you want to have some mechanics that are like, yep, here's where this goes through, right? All of these things need maintenance. You can't just hope that they happen. They need to be maintained like everything else in the plane. So, and then the final thing, you have to have the motivation. It's been going on for decades. What is the purpose? Because you wouldn't go to all the trouble without a reason. And then the decision makers, as Craig said, they're affected by the same stuff as everyone else. There we go.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. I
I'm sorry.
appreciate that.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Oh.
I said I didn't have any questions ever.
Well,
To speak twice every time.
does what?
Craig get to speak twice every time?
You guys, you're calling them both Craig, right?
Well, just because he has two cameras.
You muted me.
He's two people.
Yes, I did, because you wouldn't stop interrupting. You know better than to interrupt opening and closing statements.
Craig's.
Before you get started, I wanted to send a big kind reminder to everyone. I believe all of the gentlemen are dual streaming as well. So please be sure to like, subscribe, and share on all of their ends, just as well as mine. And I am excited. We hit the big 7K last night.
Oh my God.
Just a big shout out to all of the maters, but do your job, like, subscribe, share. We will run the debate. We will end with closing statements. We will read and respond to your super chats, and then we will open up the panel for open panel dumpster fire. Okay, gentlemen, the floor is open.
Hey,
Okay, so
Ray Charles, that document
guys-
you just sent, let me just read one little bit from it. It says, "What if I see streaks in the sky and I think somebody is modifying the weather?" And then the document you sent says,
You didn't scroll
"These
down
are
to the bottom.
contrails produced by
Right.
planes. Contrails are the condensated products of combustion and vapor generated by airplanes
scroll down to
traveling
the
at higher
bottom where
altitudes
it's-
while the atmosphere is
where it's-
colder.
yeah.
These have been prominent atmospheric features since the beginning of jet plane travel."
Sure.
So thank you for
And then,
sending
but then down at the bottom, what is that? That's 109
Do you have impulse
pages?
control issues?
There's 109 pages below that at the bottom of public records of them actually spraying chemicals into the air to modify the weather. So and it makes sense that they would tell you out of one side of their mouth that it's just condensation, and then also
we don't disagree that geoengineering projects exist. The claim about chemtrails is that it's the ones behind.
bona fide chemtrails have to.
Gentlemen, I'm going to make a kind reminder that we're not going to interrupt each other, because all of the audience only hears between all of you. So please be mindful of your speaking time. Let's go one at a time. And if we can't do that, I'll make you raise your hands. Okay.
If I could have the floor, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, Ray Charles, we are very aware that geoengineering is a thing, as Toon and I both pointed out in our intros. That is not the same thing as the lines.
Part of the definition.
I do apologize that the middle of my
wait.
sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. That is terribly rude of me.
Didn't your intro include a definition of chemtrail or of chemtrails that included
Maybe I could
weather
finish the thing
modification?
I was saying. Is that okay?
Maybe you could
Go
quickly
ahead and
assess this.
finish.
Is that okay if I finish what I'm saying before you start talking? Maybe
I'll
you're never gonna teach
allow
me
it, but
how
I can't guarantee
conversations work.
you'll get to go on forever. Go ahead.
Okay, so once again, we defined the difference between geoengineering and chemtrails, and to be very, very clear, those things behind passenger jets are not chemtrails. That is the subject of this debate.
Oh, man, you guys keep refining it. You take away the goalposts, so it can't be weather modification. It can't be passenger
He just said, this is chemtrails, and he redefined chemtrails with his own definition. So, and then also, I don't know if I'm supposed to, the other picture of Craig, if I'm supposed to address that as that weird other thing. I don't know what the hell is going on with this.
Craig 1 and Craig 2?
Yeah, like is it Craig 1, Craig 2, or this? Because the one has a 2 on it. I think so.
They came out of
It's Craig A and Craig 1.
They came into the same deep underground base as
let
me interrupt just for an audio thing. Flo, I think you're still running off the different mic or something, because it's coming in like it's coming in from your laptop. Okay, Benjamin, go ahead.
So this second Craig 2 something, he is also then not only making up his own definition of chemtrails and making us try to defend his definition, which chemtrails is anything that's not a contrail, which is water vapor in the sky. Oh yeah, we believe in some chemtrails, but we've decided we're not going to fight you on those. So really, you already admitted we win. But then you said you said we're making the positive claim. Now the funny thing is I didn't hear the flow state, and I certainly didn't claim I knew what any trail was at all. But in your total opening statement, and I'm talking about part 2 of it, I guess is what I should call it instead of part 1, since you got 2 parts of an opening statement. In the second part, you dedicated quite a bit of your time to the chemical composition, which actually Flo even interrupted and made a laugh about it, and then you made a comment about how that wasn't even English, as you were making a very positive claim about knowing exactly what these trails are. And all Flo and I did was say, hey, look, there's open companies saying, look, we spray other shit besides water vapor. I don't know how their planes work. I don't own one of those companies. So you expect me to make a positive claim because you've said that doesn't work out. Now you want me to make a positive claim on how all this shit works when all I got to do is say, hey, there's a company doing it. I don't have to work for them.
According to Looney Tune, you also have to have flown a plane, done maintenance on a plane, built a plane.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Toon, quick question. How many times did we interrupt them while they were talking there?
No, we didn't. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, right, we didn't. Right, just to double check, yeah.
You just did.
So to be clear, both Toon and I pointed out how geoengineering is a real thing, and no one with a brain denies
Are
it.
those chemicals?
I got like one sentence in.
Yeah,
Please
let him
give me the
finish,
respect
Flo.
of letting me finish my thought. Once again, nobody is denying the existence of geoengineering projects with chemicals, but the subject of this debate is chemtrails, and chemtrails are very well known as those things behind passenger planes. That is the subject of this debate. If you have evidence that the government is doing some secret shady stuff by spraying things and not telling people, that is the subject of this debate.
No.
If you're just going to agree with us that geoengineering is a thing and is different from contrails, then you should have stayed in your mum's basement instead of joining us today.
So nobody ever has said that it's passenger planes, which is why you're including that caveat, I assume,
Incorrect.
because this is not the pattern of passenger planes.
Those are
right?
passenger planes right there.
No, this is
Yeah.
passenger planes.
Yep.
Yes.
God damn, I don't even know what to say to that.
You should
You don't
say,
think that-
okay.
You don't think you don't.
I easily said, and I didn't ever interrupt you, gentlemen. I was on mute even, so my animals wouldn't make noise. So you group into
Could I just quickly share
Craig,
the screen, please?
No, Craig.
There you go. There goes your halo.
Craig.
Sure.
Could I please share the screen if that's okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Let me choose the right screen. This one here.
As in my
Yeah.
opening,
So, is it sharing there?
80%.
My goodness.
Right.
My goodness.
So,
Craig is interrupted.
just
All
one
right,
sec,
go
guys,
ahead,
if you
Craig.
could.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I've just literally Googled definition of chemtrails, and I'm going to read what it says here. A visible trail left in the sky by an aircraft and believed by some to consist of chemical or biological agents released as part of a covert operation rather than the condensed water of a vapor trail. To be very clear, that is the subject of this debate. Please
Okay.
stick to it.
Is it a chemical released by an airplane?
Go
Please
back
stick to the subject of this debate.
bring it back up on
We
screen.
are. We're defining a chemtrail. Chemtrail.
Well, Craig, you
Or
got
is
to
it
bring it back
water?
up on screen. He
Yeah,
has a
cool.
Could you just put that back up?
short-term
Yeah.
memory loss there.
So this is an ortho-brotag.
What I'll do is I'll highlight it for you guys.
Yeah.
I'll highlight it for you. Would
That's
this help?
very kind of you. Can you make it
Pictures,
bigger?
it might be
Can you zoom in for him?
Water.
Yeah, I can. If I just zoom in, yes, that's not hard. I can make it bigger.
Thank
That's
you.
better. That maybe
There
they
we
struggle to read.
go.
A little
That's
further.
what she
A little
said.
more. A little more.
A little more, yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Maybe Toon, if you read
Too
it.
far.
you
Too
I'll
far.
read it. All right,
I don't
I
like
can
it like
read it.
this. Back it out.
A visible trail left in the sky by an aircraft and believed by some to consist of chemical or biological agents are released as part of a covert operation rather than the condensed water of a vapor trail, which is what I exactly covered in my intro.
Yeah. So do you have evidence of that happening? And then we can discuss the topic of this debate.
I do have
or you can
evidence.
keep crying because your mother hasn't brought you your Pop-Tarts today.
So first of all, let's make it perfectly
Oh,
clear
I
that
see.
you
Okay,
have lost this debate from the get-go. When you
All right,
open your,
Austin,
when your
calm down.
opening statement says chemtrails don't include geoengineering,
Are you
chemicals.
done with the screen, Craig?
No,
Yes,
leave
yes,
it. No,
as long
I'd
as
leave it up.
That's an immediate
They're
concession
confused by it.
and then trying to move the goalposts over. So I'm not allowing that, but I will. I can move on to the next one as long as we establish that.
No, you know what? I think I have a good thing of clarification here.
I'm not conceding the first one.
Gentlemen. Listen, if I have to mom you through this whole conversation, we're not going to get anywhere. So chill out. All right. We'll all get our little talking stick and we can all take turns. All right. One at a time. Go ahead, MC.
All right. So to clarify then, so that we can have some agreement on this, it seems to me that they are not making any claims about what is behind passenger jets, and their only thing is talking about the geoengineering projects, not about what's behind passenger planes.
Correct. We're not following that weird little caveat that's never been.
Hold on a second. I wasn't done. Greg and
I.
I.
Confused. I cleared it up for you.
You seriously?
Flo,
you're just
get a piece of paper
you're just
and
a little
pencil,
child.
and before you feel the need to talk, write it down instead. Okay.
All right. So Craig and I, and you, all four of us, are in agreement that geoengineering projects exist, and that airplanes spray things like silver oxide to seed clouds.
Okay.
All four of us are in 100% agreement on that. If that is your only claim, is that those things exist, and Craig and I are in complete agreement with this, we can end the debate right now.
Question: is silver oxide and aluminum?
You mean you can concede the debate right now?
Are they? Are those toxic substances that they spray to in order for the geoengineering?
All right, wait, you didn't answer the question.
And
Is that the only thing that you're claiming that chemtrails are?
And actually, that wasn't even the first thing that they tried for cloud seeding. It was actually CO2 pellets and numerous other things.
Yeah, dry ice was in my intro.
About the Tuskegee experiment, where things like that, where they've sprayed it. Lots of things.
But
awesome.
I don't know.
All of these things we agree with. Yep.
Okay.
All of these we agree with.
Are these toxic?
Pardon me. Go ahead, Benjamin.
Craig, and this is weird because Craig, on your second name, you didn't put CM2, you put MC2. I don't understand why you got that a little mixed up. Because once I put my glasses on, I noticed that's where I was having a problem. And yeah, but there's been.
You should put your glasses on so you can't see them.
So if I can answer, Powder Flow's question.
Was that silver iodide that they sprayed in the Tuskegee experiment?
Yeah. So if I can answer what the question Powder posed, which is silver iodine toxic? Well, to answer that, I'm going to pose you a question: is water toxic?
No.
Yes, it is. Water.
I understand what you're doing here.
If you ingest too much water, it can be toxic to your body.
If you ingest too much of anything, it can kill you.
Is
right.
toxic
So what
if there is too much of it.
Is you're obscuring what toxic means to the point where nothing is toxic now, or everything is toxic. You're completely obliterating the meaning of the question.
Toxic is a relative thing.
Clear. This is what fucking losers do. They have to manipulate language.
I know you're angry that you didn't get
losers have to manipulate language.
Toxic is a relative thing and is dependent on a bunch of variables. Now, is silver iodine toxic to us? Yes, in large quantities. Is it toxic to us in the amount that they spray into the atmosphere? Absolutely not.
Is it toxic to the bees?
Yeah. That's what the fucking the little thalidomide or however that shit was pronounced, babies and all
in large quantities. Yes, it is toxic to the bees, but not in the quantities that they sprayed into the sky.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have evidence otherwise, this is the thing. If you have evidence that the geoengineering projects that have taken place have been damaging to any kind of life forms, then please present that evidence.
Yeah, you have the burden of that
evidence that it is still going on. Because the point of this debate is that the government are doing something secret and shady and trying to do something crazy to kill us or something. And then you are trying to change the topic of debate from what is the known definition of chemtrails.
You're trying to make it that we have to prove somebody's intention.
Your definition, where you tried to pin it on us, it said some believe that it didn't say all. And so I fully fit in the definition of it because I don't believe that second part. It said
you can leave that.
You know what?
That's what this debate is about.
I think this is a good chance. This is the problem here. Craig and I used the definition for chemtrail that is the common definition. It seems that you two have a different definition for chemtrail that you're talking about. Maybe if you two could just clarify very specifically.
I realize
I was really just talking. I was nearly done when your impulse control just picked in there, right? So if you could just very specifically.
Well, you guys get to talk twice. I don't know what your deal is, Craig. Right?
All right, Ben.
It's over now.
It's getting old quick.
Go ahead, MC. Go ahead, MC.
Very old, very fast. All right.
You all right?
This isn't the dumpster fire portion of the debate, right?
We can get
I
Excellent
expect
point.
that during the dumpster fire portion of it. Okay.
Man, Sacco, come on. What were you trying to say?
So, Sarah, you're going to need to be a little more aggressive on the moderating.
That's going to work.
Craig 2 is going to filibuster after Craig 1 talks.
What were you trying? Hold on, Ben.
All
What were
right,
you trying to
let's
say?
stop. Okay, we get the Craig 1, Craig 2 joke. It's done, and it's old now, and it's not part of the argument, and it's not being productive. We're going to put that one to the side, save it for later. All right, MC, you were saying something. Go ahead and please
All right.
finish.
I would very much appreciate it if they could define for the audience what chemtrail means to them so that we can all have the same definition that we're working on.
Also, what their problem with it is.
Okay, so let's look at the word chem. What do you suppose chem means? Chemical. Oh shit, chemical. And then trail.
Right.
Trail. The thing in the sky that stands out. That's
The clouds, the trails left behind
Chemical
planes that are
trail.
chemicals intentionally put out in the atmosphere that's not condensation, right? It's a
that
pretty
again.
simple one. It's a much
not frozen water.
right.
No.
Frozen water.
What? Say that. What did you say?
Trails of chemicals intentionally sprayed into the environment, not contrails.
Okay, so behind passenger planes.
Any plane behind planes.
Okay, so it is exactly what I specifically said. So there are two different classifications. The geoengineering ones that Craig and I don't disagree with at all, and the ones behind passenger planes that you can see in the sky. Those are the ones we are talking about. Since we all agree that the others exist, there's no problem with that at all. We don't disagree. Not really something to have a discussion about. So it's specifically about what is behind passenger planes.
There at no point ever in either any definition or has anybody ever said passenger planes. Passenger plane has nothing to do with it. The type of
Is
plane
that
has
even
nothing
in the
to do.
prompt somewhere?
It's not in the prompt. It's not in the definition either of them provided.
It's the known definition that
it's
the
not the-
majority of the world, anyone with a functioning brain uses and
There's
knows
the
it.
problem. There's
Hope
the problem.
harder.
Yes.
Yeah, so during the
Two
and my
really weird
opinion,
ones
I
I
made
think
clear that
hilarious.
during the one of the problems that
Gentlemen.
you can identify is that during the boogeyman in the air time, that private flights dropped off 80+%.
We're aware of this.
We're all pretty aware that most people weren't doing anything but sitting home. Commercial flights dropped off 70%. Weirdly, MIT, and I feel like you guys are all right with MIT. It's not neonatal or something. That they've been tracking that on an independent study to do the effects. Now, they aren't sampling them. They're just using satellite imagery to check coverage. And oddly, even though there was almost no commercial jets, no private jets flying, in between them, an 75 to 80% reduction, but only 20% reduction on chemtrails.
Interesting.
Or on trails. That's very interesting. I didn't make a positive claim on what's in any of these. I only heard you guys making positive claims on what's inside them. And I've never been up into the chemtrails with like a container, grabbing them. I don't know what it is, but I know that the people that are known to fly, that do stuff that I can easily track, they all quit flying. But
And backstage, there's the PubMed paper about bees dying because of increased aluminum levels.
Does it say the aluminum levels came from geoengineering?
Yeah, you're gonna have to prove that.
It does not say that. It doesn't.
Oh, right. So it's irrelevant to the discussion then.
That
No,
which is
We
asserted
can-
without evidence is dismissed without evidence.
Yeah.
Let's use a little. Let's apply a little bit because This is not the point of the research. It's the point of the research is to find out what's killing bees. What's killing bees is aluminum. They're not.
Oh wait, is this debate about what's killing bees?
Well, you totally changed the topic of the debate.
You just asked for that, didn't you? Just ask for any evidence that the chemicals being.
Well, I asked for evidence that chemtrails.
There we
You
go.
need to
So what's the
prove that
number one
chemtrails
chemical
contain
being
aluminum.
sprayed out of these geoengineering planes?
I don't know. It's your
aluminum.
claim.
It's aluminum.
Where's that? Prove it.
Can you show us the evidence that the number one thing sprayed out of the planes?
You haven't looked at any of the evidence I've put backstage for you so far.
I think the relatability flow would have to be, you'd have to prove that chemtrails are real in that regard first in order
Sarah, you're
to.
very bottoming a bit.
No, you don't.
Am I?
No.
Oh, I guess that was
It
just
might
me.
be you. It might be you.
Yeah.
You have to but you have to start with proving that the chemtrails are real, and that then
And
they would
that they contain aluminum.
return you to effect based on if you're going to run the line of logic that would affect the bees, right? You can't.
All right.
Like, utilizing
I
the
can do
bees.
it for them because they want to drag their feet to the grave, but that's fine. Give me a second.
And you also have to tell us how often the geoengineering has happened and the percentage of the
I do not have to do
aluminium
any
that has
of
then
that
been
shit.
put into the air and the toxic amount of aluminium to bees and the percentage that has come from chemtrails versus other ways of aluminium getting into the environment.
How the delivery is done, because aluminum is a solid. How are they doing that? That's amazing.
That wouldn't be hard to think through. Obviously, you wouldn't be spraying aluminum bricks. It's an aerosol.
Have you ever seen ash in the air or dust?
I noticed that you guys.
Wait, so we're changing from chemtrails to dust.
Hold on. Let Benjamin finish.
I noticed you guys keep complaining we aren't making positive claims, and I'm 100% positive. Here's a positive claim for you that you guys were waiting for bad positive claims for us, hoping we'd say some really crazy shit.
You have.
So that way you can fight the crazy shit. When the fact is chemtrails are a known thing that they do in many different ways.
Yeah, not the stuff we disagree with though.
The debate is, are chemtrails real?
Yeah,
geoengineering is not chemtrails.
Yeah. This is a classic Mott and Bailey fallacy here. The Mott being the thing that we know exists, right? Sorry, that's a Bailey. We know that geoengineering exists. The Mott is the things behind airplanes that are passenger airplanes and things that the picture that Floppy put up earlier.
So you're wanting us. What is it you're wanting us to prove then? If it's not that planes are spraying chemicals into the atmosphere, that is not contrails.
Yeah. So you need to show that it's something other than burned kerosene that is in behind the passenger planes. Unless you don't make that claim.
Aside from kerosene or aside from geoengineering chemicals, right?
If you don't know, we've already stated that we agree on those.
And you know how much of it's geoengineering chemicals by your positive claim. I'm waiting for the proof. Yeah. You to put
That's
up
a good point
of how much of it that because you're you've made the positive claim. I realize
you got the formula
into doing
yes, I put the formula up for
you
how
don't know how
works.
much. Well, I'm waiting for you to prove how much. Where you made the positive claims, guys.
I showed
all that. Prove that most of it's water and a certain number of it's chemical. Show us.
We did.
No, you didn't.
We showed you the formula to calculate it.
Yeah. Did you not understand that?
Maths is a little bit beyond your pay grade.
The burn formula. You can give me a formula that's not evidence of something.
Yeah, so
well,
you
of course you would say that because you're saying typically
take kerosene.
I can tell you.
You put it in the tank and you burn it.
Hold on.
Does that prove that we live on a triangle?
I think MC was trying to answer your question.
MC is always trying to answer. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's the point of a debate. You ask a question and we answer.
Yeah. So jet fuel is well known to be kerosene, and that's what you put into a plane. And when you burn it, because how jet engines work is well understood. I'm not going to walk through that. You don't understand that, that's on you. But
pretty clean burning, aren't they?
They are very clean burning. So you burn that, and that's what you get. You get carbon dioxide and water out of that transaction. So that is water vapor in the air. And
what was the name of the fallacy
point,
that you said we're covering the thing that everybody knows?
And the dew point is what determines whether or not there's a visible condensation or not. So that is all well established science. I've made that positive claim, and I've supported it with the backing physics. Now, if you think there's something
that of how much, that's
if
what we're
you
waiting for you
think
to
there's-
answer in your diatribe.
if you think there's something other than burned kerosene in there, then you have the burden of proof. But if you don't think there is something other than burned kerosene in there, then we are in agreement.
Nobody's arguing with jet fuel.
Yeah,
Cool.
you keep
Good
trying
job.
to answer a
Then we're
question
done.
we didn't ask.
Sarah, we're done.
Our question was
Hold on.
your positive claim of how much contrail versus chemtrail there is, because you guys, we didn't ask the chemical formula. We didn't ask about how kerosene and jet
I don't think
engines
we made
work.
that claim.
We didn't ask none of that shit. In fact, I'm not even arguing.
Yeah, we didn't
Hey,
make that claim.
not
We're
even
just making up
arguing.
a claim that we've made.
You guys said that it's mostly just water vapor. How do you know? How do you know the percentages? Please do show me the percentages
So-
I showed you the
of what's
formula.
Of contrail.
chemtrail and what's contrail.
We know the things you see in the sky behind passenger jets, they're contrails.
Can you establish that besides just stating the claim?
Yes.
Okay.
You can work out the chemical that will be released after the jet fuel burns and releases combustion. You will have water mainly as the chemical that is released, because obviously water is technically a chemical.
Equal water
You
and
will-
carbon dioxide, actually.
Yeah, you have water and carbon dioxide
Right.
and a bit of soot and dirt and stuff.
Right,
That is
that's
the
that's the
chemicals.
normal
I'm in the middle of
combustion.
talking. Hold your horses.
Yeah, but you're answering.
I'm
You're
on,
answering
hold
strong
on.
man.
Hold on. Hey, let me offer a translation that I think might be applicable. I may be wrong. So Craig and MC are saying this is what comes out of the tail end of the airplane, right? Based on the fuel, so on and so forth.
Yep.
They provided a formula. I'm guessing that came from
Chemistry.
yeah,
it's an
okay.
application of
So
chemistry.
that's basic physics, which
It's
that
chemistry.
to me would be like proof in and of itself of what would like how physics operate in terms of aerodynamics and all that fun stuff. All right, but Benjamin and Flo, you are saying that it's not the stuff that's
No.
in there. You're
He's saying that's the only thing that comes out of the back of planes, and then he's giving us the formula for combustion.
So then,
But
what
we're
I will
not. Hold on, let me explain. We're not confused about combustion, right? That's good. We're saying, how does he know that's the only thing coming out of the back of planes?
Okay, but the burden of proof lies on you with the question. It says, are chemtrails real? You have the affirmative stance,
So-
therefore you have to provide the proof that it is. So
Well,
if
they
you're
op- we
saying,
opened
hold
this-
on. Let me get the translation out. So what I'm saying is if you believe there is something different coming out of the tail end, then that is what you're needing to prove in this conversation. Instead of just saying, right, you're providing physics, but the physics are great, but there's something else added in. Well, then that's what you need to provide. Does that make sense?
So
It does.
Then you're. but the
Am
whole
I?
thing is-
Hold on. Let me make sure. MC and Craig, am I saying that right?
Yes.
Does that make sense to
we
you?
agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. I think
So-
that's where we're sitting here. So the burden falls to you to prove otherwise, because physics is physics, right? That would be hard to deny that.
Nobody's hung up on that.
Okay.
I mean,
the
here's where
issue is that they
switcheroo
started off by
happened,
saying-
Sarah. Here's where the switcheroo happened. They've actually already admitted that there are planes that spray chemicals. Then now there's a secondary positive claim, which is which planes are doing it. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know what any given plane is spraying out the back.
All right, let me
made
answer
the
that.
You're in the wrong place then.
Positive claim.
Yeah, right.
This
Can
is the
answer
wrong
that
place
question
for you.
before
Are you guys
before
going
continue
to
waffle?
wait till I'm done talking? Because you
Well,
can
you know
answer
what?
it. Yeah,
You've asked the
sure.
question. Let me
Sure. Or are
answer
you
it.
just going to keep talking while I'm talking?
Finish, Ben. Go ahead and
And
finish
so
the
they've
statement, and
now
then we'll
made the
redirect it
positive
to.
claim that they know exactly which planes are spraying what. We never said
okay.
that.
Let me answer
And
that.
so and so now they've got to stand
You're
up for
saying the
their
same thing again.
positive claim, and they're asking us to say
You're
we
talking
know
in circles. Let
what
me answer
comes
your
out of these
question.
planes.
Okay, go ahead,
Right,
Craig
cool.
or MC.
Yeah, the answer is they tell you when they are spraying. If there is any geoengineering happening, the rules are that they have to announce it, and it's publicly available knowledge. And any passenger jet that you can track doesn't spray chemicals because they don't have anywhere to store them.
So
that
let me really
jets.
let me just really drill that in.
Tune's talking.
So the link that you sent, the very first link, why does NOAA collect information about weather modification? The Weather Modification Reporting Act of 1972 requires that all persons who conduct weather modification activities within the United States or its territories report such activities to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce at least 10 days prior to and after undertaking the activities. Failure to report can result in fines of up to $10,000. So if you think that the stuff behind passenger planes are this, and if you don't think that they are, then we're in complete agreement. But if you think that they are, then these things would be things that could be reported to NOAA for a $10,000 fine per incident. So
you keep throwing the passenger plane in there and hoping it sticks.
Question, right?
You keep hoping the passenger plane part of it sticks, but it's never going to stick.
Okay, so you don't think that passenger planes are doing that? Is that your case?
Take the word passenger out of your vocabulary. Nobody cares about passengers except you're trying to bring something in to make it so you're not losing.
We've answered the question. The question was, how do you know which ones are which? The answer is they tell you so you can go and look.
Okay, that's great, but still, again, nobody's over here is concerned about passenger.
Okay,
y'all are trying to find something.
So passenger, Craig, I think we're in agreement. There is no debate.
If that answer's so easy,
we've won.
Then you should be able to tell me what percentage is chemtrails and what percentage is contrails, which is the question I asked like 20 minutes ago.
There is no debate here.
There is.
Sarah made it clear that if they think that chemtrails are a thing, then they have the burden of evidence. That's the prompt for the debate. But so far, it sounds like they agree that geoengineering projects exist. So do we. They do not make any claims about passenger planes, and I'm fine with that. We are done. There is nothing left to discuss.
Can you find me the word passenger in the email and the prompt anywhere before literally right now when you guys are talking?
We've in the 48 minutes.
No, you can't. Y'all motherfuckers are grabbing for something to save you. The debate that we're still having is whether or not you lost.
You could very clearly end this question right now by stating whether or not you think that passenger planes do have.
I want you to find the word passenger in the email that we got to get
just
here.
have the balls to say it.
So let me make sure I understand here, gentlemen. So Flo and Benjamin, are you saying that it's not passenger planes? You're saying it's another plane, or are you saying it's just mixed in altogether?
We're making no claim about the type of plane. They're trying to restrict the definition to make it so they didn't.
Let me ask this then: where do you think the chemtrails are coming from, or is there a specification?
No, there's no specification.
So I didn't make a claim
you're in the wrong place.
on positively where they came from, but I did lay out the positive information that it's easily tracked down. And this is you can go to airport reporting. There was a giant drop in commercial flights. All commercial
we know that you've repeated this 4 times. You don't need to say it again.
Third time,
the trail coverage of, and again, MIT doesn't.
I think he's just got like a few phrases.
Hold on.
He forgot
trail
already.
Coverage. So I don't know who's doing it, but the trails are still there, and you guys keep making
what trails are still there
from these jets.
What trails are still there?
Well, then why is it
behind which planes?
What trails are still there?
Who's doing it? I don't know.
We talk so much. What trails are still there?
Ask MIT.
Yeah.
No.
The answer is
you are in the debate.
What
MIT is not in the debate tonight.
Please.
MIT registered how much trail coverage there was.
Gentlemen,
Jesus Christ, man.
You were trying to interrupt the shit out of me.
Stop. Let me answer. Please. Jesus Christ.
Gentlemen, I'm about to go mom on all your asses because you're all doing it to each other. So please, at least just wait for the person to finish.
Look how stressed MC is.
Okay. Let me. So, you just said the trails are still there. Balderson, what trails are you referring to?
whatever MIT is referring to, there was only a 20%. They don't make a claim of what.
No, you just said the trails are still there. What
You guys
trails?
are the only ones doing that, telling us what comes out of any given.
Sarah,
any
can you
given
ask me the
jet
question?
plane.
Because it's like it's
You're
I
the
will.
only ones
I,
doing
hold
that.
up,
No,
hold up,
in
hold up,
fact-
hold up,
I
hold up.
answer. This dude cries like a little liberal girl
Like,
every time.
Sarah, can you please
Listen,
ask
I
him the
will,
question?
I
'Cause
will
it's every time I ask him, he
translate.
says
I
something
will
else.
translate to you, Benjamin, that if your answer when he's saying where are the chemtrails, and you're saying I don't know, which means okay, well then what are your sources here in this particular conversation? Where's this coming from? Because if you're saying yes, they are real, essentially you have to have proof behind
he
why
already
they're
said
real.
MIT.
Right.
He already
but
said
then-
MIT. He's already, and I don't know why he even went into the diatribe again. We've already covered that. It was MIT. And
MIT said what?
No, we were not making any
What
claim as
did
to where the
MIT
plains
say?
come from.
What
They
did
said that
MIT
the
It
say?
said, come pick up your mom. She's been
One
in
of
my
you
house
talk
too
at a
long.
time. One at a time.
Right, all
Jesus
right.
Christ.
You're all a fucking wrecking ball. My goodness. I thought
MIT
this was
said
gonna be more
what?
fun.
One of you, please answer.
It said,
MIT
come get
said
your mom.
what?
She's drunk and I'm tired of her.
Right. MIT said what? Please, one of you answer.
Yeah, please
That's it.
give the clarification on MIT, Benjamin. You made the claim. I'd like to hear further.
What they're trying to do is get me to make a claim on how much.
No, I'm just asking what you're talking about.
Right.
Every
Hold
time
on,
you
Craig.
decide to
Hold
yell
on,
at them,
Craig. Hold on, Craig.
And you can't yell at him because they're girls. I know you
said what?
fellow girls, but
Craig.
tell this
Craig.
woman to shut up
MIT
for a minute.
said what?
Hold on, Craig. Let him talk.
MIT said what, Balderson? What did MIT say? Be specific.
Can I answer without you opening your pie hole? Do you need to mute?
Just
You
actually
need to
answer.
tell-
then.
The four of you are children.
You didn't add it, Van.
Craig will be quiet. Balderson, go ahead.
So MIT said that trail coverage, again, like I've explained numerous times, that it only dropped 22%. Now, then you turn around and you go to flight logs for commercial and private. And you notice that commercial and private flights of all kinds, whether they're cargo, whether they're whatever, dropped by 70% and 80%. So there is a giant discrepancy that apparently you can't get a hold of who's doing that. And these are leaving some kind of a trail. And I don't know what it is. And guess what? You guys
Who's
don't
leaving
either.
what kind of trail? That's what you keep saying.
I don't know. See, you keep trying to make me to make
What
it-
trails
You don't
are
know.
you referring
Got it.
to there?
Can I, Sarah, I read
Go
something
ahead,
here?
wait,
MC.
wait,
Go ahead,
wait, first-
MC.
All right,
Let me
this
answer
is-
his question quickly. I know where he's going and where the problem is. He thinks that every single plane that flies has a contrail.
You think it's a 1-to-1 ratio, yeah.
Yeah, that's not the case. Even if the global air travel dropped by 80%, that does not mean there will be a direct ratio in the drop of contrails. Not every plane releases a contrail. There are many factors depending on how high it is, the temperature, the humidity. So your argument falls apart because there is no correlation in the way that you are thinking. I don't know
There
why you're
is a
nodding because
correlation.
you've just debunked yourself.
No, he didn't. Because
Dude,
those trails have to come from somewhere.
Listen to him make
Hold on,
another
hold on.
positive
Ben,
claim
first of all,
complaining
shut
I
up,
do
Ben. Ben, you over-talked, and so now we're defending something that's not
didn't
even important.
overtalk. We
You
waited for
fucked
you
up
to
there.
finish.
Now, but it
You-
did make
you were
sense
gonna say
anyways.
something.
It did make sense anyways, because if it's not passenger jet planes flying around, but there's still the same amount of trails floating in the sky.
We
who is
just
it?
explained that. We
But
literally just explained that. We literally just explained that. Toon, can you try? Because this is like talking
Go ahead,
to
give
a child.
it a try
No,
too.
they're
Come,
children.
Rubik's Cube. I want to hear from you because number one didn't explain it well. He didn't explain anything actually. He just asked questions. What is that? Is that Zima?
Toon, you want to try? I thought I'd explained it, and
the problem is
in my understanding.
they don't know how to participate in a debate here. The critical thing in a debate is here, I got Debater's Guide here. I recommend getting this book. The critical thing in a debate is each side has a positive claim, right? Page 22 right here. We've got the debater should understand three more terms at this point. Burden of proof, burden of rebuttal, and burden of communication. The burden of proof is a primary rule in any argument or debate. It first requires the affirmative to bear the burden of proving the proposition. What is your proposition? You don't know your proposition. Subsequently,
Yes.
it
Do you want to
requires
hear it again?
Subsequently, it requires every
He
speaker
doesn't want to hear it again.
Hold on. Stop, Flo. Enough.
Why is he teaching us this shit?
It's fine. Obviously, this debate is gone array, so it's might as well let him explain to you why you're being retarded right now.
No,
I get
It's
it.
a
I
debate
get
about how to
exactly-
have a debate. That's what's happening here.
I agree with
What's the first one
exactly
again?
Stop.
Tune, what's the first one?
Flo, I already explained this to you earlier, and he's giving you literally the book's guide of what I
What
tried to say
is the
earlier.
first thing you said there? The first point.
I'm
Try
done.
and dumb
You
it down,
interrupted
maybe.
me.
Oh my God, you big fucking baby.
He
The first
said
thing was
there's
know your
two
claim, right?
Yeah.
What was my claim? Have I stated my claim?
No, you won't
That
make
they're
a claim.
playing-
Part of the problem.
Right.
You won't make a
They're
claim.
planes spraying chemicals, not condensation. And then you guys go, well, oh, we know that they spray that. That's geoengineering.
Which planes?
Yeah, which plane specifically are you talking about?
Which planes?
That one.
Which
So
one?
you understand that that's a secondary positive
Got it.
claim you're trying to
You
force
don't
on
know
us
which
after your
ones.
confession of the actual claim, which you
So-
conceded, and they're like, yeah, but you can't beat us in this one now.
Nobody disagrees that geoengineering is a thing. All right.
Okay.
What is your claim?
Will
So
you
you're
acknowledge?
by the very nature
One
of
at
the
a
way you
time.
state it, you're
Yo.
claiming that more of them are contrails than chemtrails is what you're claiming now, because you're already conceding that chemtrails
Yes, we can
do
tell you the
exist,
exact
and now
amount.
you're,
You can
and now
find
you're
that information.
asking, you're trying to
Hold
force
on.
us when you're claiming already that more of them are contrails. When let me see that proof. Where's
Let me
the
be clear to you.
percentage? Been asking for it the whole time.
Single line. Oh, you still going?
Go
Let me
ahead,
be clear to
Craig.
you. Every single line you see in the sky is a contrail, not a chemtrail. If there are any chemtrails, they are not lines in the sky like you see behind passenger jets. They are other things, and they will tell you before they are doing it. That is how you can find out the exact percentage of what is contrails versus chemtrails by looking at the information available.
So I hate to point out to you, but when you read that
In
law,
one ear,
it said
out the other.
persons need to report. That doesn't include government contractors. That doesn't include all kinds of different
Yes,
things.
it does.
Of course
And
it
as I
does.
pointed out, and there's actual easy statistics
Yes, it does.
to back this up. Is
Yes, it does. You're
that,
wrong.
yeah, because the
Wrong,
government
wrong,
never
wrong,
sprays things
wrong.
without telling us
Wrong,
what
wrong,
they're spraying.
wrong,
That's how the Tuskegee
Hold on,
experiment
hold
happened.
on.
Finn,
Craig.
get back in the lane.
Wrong, wrong,
And so
wrong,
when you
Hold on,
wrong.
Craig.
He's
Hold
just,
on.
he's just
You're
saying
wrong.
wrong the whole time I'm
You're
talking.
wrong.
Craig.
Sorry.
Greg, look what you're
Hold
doing to your
up,
partner.
stop.
You're going to kill your partner.
Stop. Craig, you
All right.
are the biggest complainer of being interrupted, and you're doing
Yeah,
this
sorry.
the
He
whole
was just
time.
waffling a thing he'd already
I will-
said, so
I
I
will
was just
read-
mocking him.
I will read.
Because the thing
Hold
I
on,
said
hold
is
on.
you guys keep pretending like I didn't say that thing that I said,
Yeah,
and like that doesn't
We've
bear.
already answered
And
you.
the whole thing
Here
is
we
you
go.
guys keep saying passenger planes don't leave the trail. I'm not I'm not even fighting that. Neither did Flo in any way, shape, or form. Because when they
Craig.
Sorry. If he's on repeat, then there's no point in listening to
when
it.
you
You know?
asked me to say it, you keep asking the same for
And we've already
not getting
answered
a
the
positive
question.
claim
I don't know why you'd
and
ask it
not
again.
answering to the positive
have
claim you
answered it.
guys made.
We've answered it specifically. I just did it.
And when
So
I
if
try
you
to
ask-
answer, you don't shut the fuck up.
I
You're
answered
like
you
my
specifically.
ex-wife, only you're fucking
All right,
uglier.
Sarah,
Did you just say I don't shut the fuck
Gentlemen,
up?
Sarah.
gentlemen, enough.
mute all three of them, please.
I might actually. I normally don't mute gentlemen, but I'm going to have to do this tonight because you're all getting on my fucking nerves. All right. And if I need to do this the whole night, I will. Go ahead, MC.
You might not. You might need to. All right. He made the claim that that persons don't include corporations. Quote from 15 U.S. Code 330.
No, I didn't.
Thanks, Sarah.
You can pretend that. I'm just
Stop unmuting the. Okay, we're just going to do this. All right. Go ahead, MC.
Thank you.
I might
Right.
have to do this the whole night.
He very clearly tried to claim that persons, it doesn't include corporations. Quote, 15 U.S. Code 330. 2. The term, quote, person, unquote, means any individual, corporation, company, association, firm, partnership, society, joint stock company, any state or local government, or any agency thereof, or any other organization, whether commercial or nonprofit, who is performing weather modification activities, except where acting solely as an employee, agent, or independent contractor of the federal government.
Okay. Balderson, you have something to say back.
I never said corporations. You are the biggest straw man making motherfucker I ever saw. And I understand that that's what you guys are used to fighting, which is why you've been trying to provoke us into making ridiculous positive claims. So that way you guys could be like, well, yeah, see, that's stupid. And that's the only way you guys know how to do things. I get that. Which is why I get that you guys have let yourself out of the flat earth debates for a minute, but you actually have to start backing your positive claims up in this way. It's really bad. I said contractors and government contractors do all kinds of shit without reporting it. All kinds of shit. Government agencies. Like I didn't. In fact, that's the entire reason. And like they contract. That's why we don't go to war. That's how come like during Bill Clinton's time, we weren't at war because all we did was send contractors and do military action. So then they don't have to be accountable and they get to just cut them off when they get caught doing anything. That's a fairly well-known thing.
There's no point.
So the straw man shit don't work. You keep asking the same for,
and we've already answered the question.
Right.
I don't know why you
If you all,
we haven't.
Okay.
We've answered it specifically.
I will say, Craig did have his hand up backstage. So.
To be clear, I answered you. You did say that. I've just listened back. Those were your exact words.
Gentlemen, enough.
Short to memory loss.
Mute all three of them.
Sure what the problem is there. Yeah, and sorry, we have agreed that there are people that spray, but every single people that spray chemicals for geoengineering, all of them, contractors, agencies, people, all of them, yes, and do reporting. If you have evidence which shows the claim of they don't do reporting, you have evidence that they don't report, please present that evidence, otherwise that evidence will be dismissed. Our evidence that it is reported, is the report that exists, which dumbass number one over there kindly actually posted already for us. Yes, it does.
Back this up.
He was just speaking for the hits loosely.
Yeah,
there is no
without telling
me.
Yeah, everybody's.
Am I not saying something?
All kinds of
no, I'm just making sure.
And as I
okay, thank you.
And there's actual easy to.
Mostly, I want to check in on Homeboy over there because he looks like
yes, it does.
Yeah, fuck he's
wrong.
You're right.
We're going to get back to the debate then. If you can prove that contrails are chemtrails, please go ahead, because that is the debate we're having.
The chemicals in them prove that.
So which chemicals? You can find out the exact
the silver, the aluminum.
What is contrails? And they're in contrails, are they? By looking at the information.
No, they're not in contrails.
Okay, well then you've lost this debate. Thank you for coming.
I thought you disagreed with the geoengineering.
No, no one disagrees with geoengineering.
Okay. So the issue here is that, I don't know, maybe we need to ask.
Do you have a brain injury?
Sarah. Maybe we need to ask someone who's not got a conflict of interest here, whether or not they think that weather modification chemicals count as chemtrails, or whether they think that it has to be a passenger plane.
Would you like me to answer, or do
I think openly for the conversation, I don't think it has to be passenger trains, or passenger planes. I think in terms of the context of the conversation, are chemtrails real? We're not presuming one thing or another in terms of how those trails get there, right? But that you have the burden of proof to show that they are real.
Well, everybody agrees that they're real. They're just trying to carve out the big, obvious, instance of it. Well, that's not really a contrail. That's completely moving the goalpost.
No,
those aren't real. In your opening statement,
all right, sorry,
they have to be secret.
I said one word. Right, okay, never mind. I thought you'd finished.
All right, you know what? You go.
Right, the common known definition of chemtrail that conspiracy. I was in the middle of talking.
I know you
The known common definition of chemtrails used by conspiracy theorists is referring to the lines left behind passenger jets that you find crisscrossing the sky in a busy day.
Aren't we
That
the conspiracy theorists here?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
That is what we are discussing.
So you're
As
telling me
you
what the
are the ones
common
here
known
saying that
definitions that we
chemtrails
use
are those things. You have the burden of proof to show that there are secret organizations spraying the masses with chemicals, because that is the debate we're having. If not, you shouldn't have come.
So as the conspiracy theorists, you should let us define how we define things for you.
Yeah,
Well,
and
you
I also
disagree with the other
wonder if
conspiracy
the
theorists, that's
debate,
fine.
if the debate was, is it passenger? It's the chemicals coming out of passenger planes. What's crisscrossing the sky, and are those chemtrails? Because I'm not sure that wasn't the debate, and
Well,
I don't know what
that is what I assumed the debate was. That's what I assumed the debate was.
You guys
Did you
conceded
assume
the
that's what the
original
debate is?
debate.
Yeah,
and now we're
I
trying
took
to make-
chemtrail to
make
be the
us
thing
make
that
a
all the people say
secondary
chemtrails
claim.
are.
Right, Sarah,
all the
we
people.
appear to
I
Yeah,
just talked to
okay.
all the people.
All right, gentlemen, all three of you,
Yeah,
or four
Sarah.
of you, are get on your.
Sarah,
Go ahead,
apologies.
Craig.
We appear to have wasted your time. Toon and I came under the assumption that we were here debating the commonly known assumption that the trails left behind jet planes are actually
You don't get to
chemicals
claim
sprayed.
commonly known like that.
Oh no,
I just talked-
I was.
just talked to
Excuse
all
me,
the
I'm talking
people.
to Sarah. If you
Hold
could just
on,
keep when I'm
Craig, go
talking to Sarah,
ahead.
if you could, yeah. Toon and I came in here under the false assumption that this debate was about whether the lines left behind passenger jets that crisscross the sky are in fact secret chemicals sprayed by the government or whatever, and not in fact, condensation and moisture known as contrails. We apologize that we came here under the assumption that that was debate. These
Secret
guys seem to think the
chemicals.
debate is something completely different. So I do apologize for
But
wasting everybody's
you can
time.
find that you can find the cue to something that really, by definition, we probably can't prove, right? If
Of
it's secret,
course.
how the
That's
fuck
why
then
it's
would we
so
have
easy.
proof of it?
Of course. That's why it's so ridiculous for people to believe that position.
I'm a fairly well-known speaker in the conspiracy world, and funny, none of us
Well-known dumbass,
put this passenger
No one
word
thinks
that
you're
you
funny.
keep smuggling into it. Nobody puts that in there. They say there's trails
Everybody
up there.
does.
Nobody
Awesome.
goes,
Everybody.
it's
I
passenger.
just talked to
Then-
everybody and they said you're lying.
Everybody
Then be-
weird.
No, I spoke to everyone.
Then
They
you
said
should be.
Stop.
You should.
Stop.
I know.
Stop.
That's what she said.
Flo and Benjamin, where do chemtrails come from?
Sprayed out the back of planes.
Right.
Which ones?
Which planes?
Doesn't matter. That is not relevant to the prompt.
That is exactly all that I'm here for.
Okay.
If you
if
can't
can
define
find
which planes,
like I said,
then I have
find
no reason
anywhere-
to be here.
Okay.
Listen to me. If
Craig,
that's
do you
why
have
you're
a reason
here,
to be
you
here
find
if they can't define
you
which
find
planes?
Any time in the email.
Flo and Benjamin, are chemtrails coming out? Is it a possibility that they're coming out of passenger trains? I keep saying fucking
It was not.
trains.
It doesn't matter. It wasn't the
Passenger
prompt at
planes,
all.
Jet planes. Well, where do the chemical trails?
Why are we
come
answering
from?
this? Can we? Well, I'll answer it. We'll answer it if we can concede that we've won the point, because that's got nothing to do with the prompt of the debate.
Yeah, sure. You won. Good job. Well done. I bet your mum's proud.
Thank you. Where is it coming from? I don't think it's coming from passenger planes. I think it's coming from private contractors, probably. I don't know, but I would assume that.
So the lines in the sky, are we all referring to the lines of the sky? Can I at least get
No, they're not. We are.
Flo, do you think there are lines in the sky?
Yes.
And what are they?
Benjamin, lines in the sky. Okay, we're all referring to the lines in the sky. Can we make the argument based on lines in the sky?
Yes, we think the lines in
Okay.
the sky are in fact contrails, condensation vapors left behind from the combustion of jet engines. Do you two agree with us?
Do not.
Okay.
Right. Do you
let's
have
start there.
evidence that? Yeah. Do you have evidence that the lines we see in the sky are not the things that I've just said?
Which lines specifically are you referring to? Because we're looking at different lines.
The lines
I live
we
in-
see in the sky.
I live in
behind planes.
Kansas City. You sound like you don't live in Kansas City. So
Yeah, I do. I'm 2 doors behind you.
sweet.
I run the local HOA. You haven't paid your fines.
Oh my God.
No, I don't have an HOA.
That's probably why I haven't paid your fines, because you didn't realize. Yeah, so with the lines specifically we are talking about are the lines you see behind passenger jets that leave crisscrossing the sky on a busy day. Do you think that they are contrails Condensation vapors, yes or no?
I don't think those are passenger jets crisscrossing the skies. I think you're referencing two different types of planes.
No, we're not.
you're
We're
trying to
literally referencing the
pigeonhole us
passenger
into
jets
something.
that you see in the sky.
Those aren't
How do I
passenger
know
jets.
what jets are crisscrossing?
Okay,
the sky
right. You
and
just
doing
said
what?
they're not passenger jets. Do you have evidence they're
All
not
right.
passenger jets?
That's what I want to come back to for Flo and Benjamin. Okay, because they MC and Craig have made the claim that those lines in the sky are contrails, correct, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's their belief. All right. Now you believe otherwise. So now it is now your duty to provide proof that it is something else or explain what else it is. You
the
can say
issue is-
chemtrails, but they have provided the physics behind what they believe. Provide something.
They didn't, though. That's where you're getting lost. They provided a formula for combustion. That doesn't at all demonstrate that what they're looking at in the sky is just combustion.
They made a positive claim and made no. You wouldn't if we tried to make such a loose positive claim. Like as a matter of fact, Flo did make a loose positive claim where he said it's aluminum and whatnot, and they went, "Well, how do you know it's aluminum? How do you measure how the aluminum affects things? Blah blah blah." And they went off on an entire thing like that. But they apparently can make loose positive claims and. They don't have to back theirs up, and the press.
So can we establish how you know that it's only condensation coming out the back and nothing else? Condensation.
Yes, because as we've explained several times, if it's something else, they have to say so.
Okay, so can you demonstrate?
I do agree with that. I do
I
agree with that.
Who sprayed the chemicals for the Tuskegee experiment?
Hold on, that's not even where we need to go. All right, so now can you show then that the planes that are gridding the sky are not the ones spraying chemicals?
Yes, you can go to planetracker.com and track every single passenger jet in the world. Thank you. Toon, over to you.
Okay. But we'd have to do that in the future. The ones that we've already seen.
This is where Toon talks. He's been waiting patiently.
You don't determine who talks, and
finish your statement, Flo, and then to MC, please.
Okay, so I know how to do homework in the future to look at future planes. How do we know about the past planes that were gridding the sky?
It's
See, this
this
is the issue with the.
You can look at the past.
This is the issue with the questions.
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
Hold on.
I'm answering your question. You can look at the past flights of planes. Now, please, can we let Toon speak? I've been waiting for him for ages.
All right, the Tuskegee was in the 50s. The law that you cited in your citation is from 1972, so it is after that. But here is this is an important thing because who are person? I just want to make it clear that I was right. Here, just a second here.
Craig already conceded.
So I hate to point out to you, but when you read that law, it said persons. It said persons need to report. That doesn't include government contractors. That doesn't include all kinds of different things.
No, of course, you're about as smart as Austin Whitsett. So.
All right, so he just claimed. I have his words coming out of his face hole, saying that it doesn't include government contractors.
Stop, Flo.
And 15 U.S. Code 330 specifically says that persons does include government contractors. So you said it. I called you out for saying it. You lied about not saying it.
All right, congratulations. You scored a circumstantial
I said I
win on
didn't say
something that wasn't the point.
corporations. I don't figure Dairy Queen's out there doing things without government permission.
Let me just play the words that you said one more time. Everybody listen.
So I hate to point out to you, but when you read that law, it says persons. It said persons need to report. That doesn't include government contractors.
But regardless, this is
include all kinds of different things.
There we go.
Yeah, it didn't come through, bud.
All right. So, you didn't hear it?
Yeah,
No.
you'd have to share screen for the audio to come up.
No, I have it piping through. Just a second. I'll put it in the back channel. Everybody can listen to it on their own.
Put it in the back.
There you go. Okay. So, he specifically said government contractors. That he claimed that it doesn't include, but it is listed in there in your own citation.
Whoa.
How do you guys, are you guys only able to fight straw men? You keep saying that. I admit,
Your
I
own
said
words isn't
government
a straw man.
contractors. And we all already know government contractors, the whole point to them is so the government can go, oh, we didn't know that they were doing that shit.
There are different
Prove it.
requirements. There are different
That's a
requirements.
lovely positive claim. Prove it.
Called the CIA, dude. Like
Everybody knows it.
why you do
Hey,
it.
government
If you can have
contractors-
everybody
CIA is
else,
doing
everybody
it.
I
knows
forgive you.
Stop. Benjamin, you're making more claims, and that's
Yeah.
where we would need something to back it
Yeah,
up.
I
It's
wish-
okay if
I
you
wish that
want
would stop
to make
happening.
a claim. I agree with like the concept of making a claim. You just have to be able to back it up. It's not just because we just know. That's not an answer.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
Ben,
only because
Ben,
constantly
no.
reports that
Goodness me.
He's
they
the
do
one
these
who's-
black projects. They call them
Night.
black ops for a reason. Why is it
Night.
black? Because it's
Night.
it's not reported. That's why it's called black ops. It's a known thing.
Ben,
Right.
stop making
First
claims that we can't prove.
No.
But Craig did bring in the known thing first. He started it.
Okay, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, sorry. It was a while ago I was trying to say something and they don't shut up, so I don't even think it's relevant anymore at this point. But I was just trying to point out the amount of claims that he said. He said that the CIA are a government contractor, and then he said that the CIA aren't reporting
False. He
the
never said
things
that.
that they do. So I just want some evidence
Yeah,
for
they're
all
black
of these
projects.
claims
Everything
that
the
he's
CIA
saying,
does is
and
black
I've literally
projects.
lost track of all of the claims that he's made. And then dumbass over there, number one, said that, oh, well, it's just a well-known thing. It's a well-known thing that when we talk about chemtrails, we literally mean the lines left behind by passenger jets in the sky.
That's
So
not
don't
well-known.
come to me with it's well-known if you don't know
Keep
well-known
smuggling
stuff
in
like that.
passenger and thinking that you won.
Yeah.
I do. Hold on. I do agree. We cannot just say, oh, that, everybody just knows this, or even to say, well, it's black ops, so we wouldn't know. But then I asked you the question, Ben, if you're going to say it's black ops, we wouldn't know, then how would you know?
Yeah, he just says religion then.
Yeah.
Because they admit it later, and we keep getting reports of such things, like
Then
the entire
that's what we
Mina
need to-
cocaine smuggling operation.
Then that's what we need to bring up, Ben.
Conspiracy theory.
Ben, then that's what we need to bring up. If you have proof of that, then that's what needs to be brought up.
Yeah. Can while he's getting that, can we get the proof of what was the thing that Craig said everybody knew? Oh yeah, the definition included passenger. Can we get that as well if we're enforcing?
So I
Here. Can you hear this audio?
hate to point out to you,
You get that?
but
Yeah.
when you read that
In
law,
one ear,
it said
out the other.
persons need to report. That doesn't include government contractors. That doesn't include all kinds of different things.
Yes, it does.
Of course,
All right, let me read again. The term person means any individual, corporation, company, association, firm, partnership, society, joint stock company, or any state or local government, or any agency thereof, or any other organization, whether commercial or nonprofit, who is performing weather modification activities. Government
So he was
contractors
wrong
is
about
included in
something
that.
that was not debate.
There we go.
It was said in the debate.
It was in
You're right. There was something said in the debate that wasn't the topic, that was inaccurate, or
Oh,
maybe
everything
was-
you guys have said is on the topic, yes.
All right, so we're still at an impasse here. They know that their position is so undefensible that they will not address their specific position. They will not give a clear definition of the thing that they don't accept.
We have
what are
given lots of
contrail or
clear.
what are
We've done it
chemtrails?
several times. Can we get, since we're enforcing everybody knows, can we get the everybody knows proof that everybody knows passenger is an important part of the definition?
Define chemtrails and define the planes. If you can't-
chemicals.
If you
and
can't,
rail.
No,
then
hold on.
we
Don't even
don't
get
have
that.
any.
No.
We
It's
cannot
your turn. And hold on,
engage.
it's Sarah's turn to enforce the same thing on both sides, and it's your turn to show your definition.
I think I'm still waiting on your claim to kind of come to fruition, Flo, only because
What was my claim?
it just keep coming. It's like chemtrails, they're there, they exist. And then Balderson's talking about black ops and
Okay.
super secret
Yeah.
spy shit. But I
Yeah,
haven't
Balderson's
really
talking about
heard.
similar stuff.
Yeah, but
look,
that's the point. I need
put
okay.
backstage-
Can you throw your claim out very clearly,
Yes.
and then elaborate further because you do have the burden of proof on that.
Okay. Yes.
And this way, now they can tear into yours. You've already torn into theirs, right? But it's your turn to make the positive.
Okay. I don't know how anybody hasn't heard this yet. Chemtrails are the trails that you see behind planes that are not
Which planes?
contrails, that are chemical agents being intentionally sprayed into the atmosphere for any number of reasons, but particularly the one we have proof for, and they know we have proof for it, is geoengineering. So they don't even dispute that. I did drop some stuff backstage demonstrating that is the case. So they tried to move the goalpost and say, well, even though that's chemicals, that's not what everybody means when they say chemtrails, and it has to be passenger planes. So I yield.
All right, cool. Well, then we're in complete agreement. Thanks for everybody.
Welcome to the Tinfoil Hat Club.
So,
Yeah, so if I could
geoengineering is, let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Geoengineering, you all agree on.
Yep.
Yes.
No
Okay,
disagreement. That happens.
So if I could just respond to Hat McWear glasses inside over there. When he asks for proof that it includes passenger, if you look at the Wikipedia page for chemtrail conspiracy theory, it specifically mentions the theory of seeing tanks in passenger aircraft. And proof that this is therefore tanks that are in passenger aircraft, when in fact these are. And let me read the passage.
Hold on, Flo.
Let me read the passage. Photographs of barrels installed in the passenger space of aircraft for flight tape purposes have been claimed to show aerosol dispersion systems. The barrel's actual purpose is to simulate the weight of passengers or cargo on the passenger plane. The barrels are filled with water, and the water can be pumped from barrel to barrel to test different centers of gravity while the aircraft is in flight. So there is the proof that the common knowledge of conspiracy theories includes passenger jet. Thank you very much.
How far down? First of all, we didn't reference the Wikipedia page for the prompt, but no, it's not listed anywhere in the prompt. But second of all, how far down the page? Hold on. I was quiet. Let me go. How far down the page did you have to go? Because I'm looking at it right now, and the first sentence, the main definition, does not say anything about passengers. So how far down did you scroll?
I just used the logical thing to do: press Control F and search for the word passenger.
There you go.
Yes, and
it's not in the main definition.
Came up with the point that within the description of the conspiracy theory, it clearly mentioned passenger jets as one of the main things. That is my proof that our claim, the thing we said. So we have fulfilled any burden that we have ever had. If you agree that geoengineering is a thing, which we do, but if you have proof that the normal things, the lines we see in the sky are anything other than contrails, then the burden is 100% on you. Please present evidence of that.
I think it's crazy that you think that just because you found the word passenger somewhere on the entire Wikipedia page. I will engage and say that's a bandwagon fallacy, Craig, only because you're going to popular belief. With that sentiment. So if we're using this as a common sense approach, I do agree with you in terms of we're debating chemtrails, and then if the popular belief is that chemtrails come from passenger planes, then we would go with that.
I 100% agree with you that I was using the bandwagon fallacy, but I think that goes towards my point that what we've been saying, that is the commonly held belief of what a chemtrail is.
Right. But I'm not done. But Flo and Benjamin are in disagreement with the popular belief, and they're arguing that it is something different, correct?
He's asserting it's the popular. In his definition, it said some. He said it said some people believe this. So apparently, because
some is in the conspiracy theorists.
What is the number of some? What's the percentage of some?
The sum that that's referring to is conspiracy theorists.
Sarah, we're not making any claim as to whether or not it's passenger planes. The passenger plane component is completely additional.
Right. To answer the direct
some
question,
common or
No.
is most common?
Okay, so
to answer the question that was directly put to me, some in that sentence is referring to the conspiracy theorists.
We're them. And we're telling you you're wrong about what we say. Your move.
What percentage?
Common
Exactly.
definition of chemtrails disagrees
So the
with you.
rest of the chemtrail
Sarah, honestly,
definition applies
we are
to
at an
us.
impasse. We're just going around in circles about what the debate is about. Toon and I have made our position very clear. We've answered every question that's been put to us where they have failed to provide any evidence for anything that they've claimed. I honestly think that engaging with them further is kind of pointless.
Yeah,
So,
there's
let me-
no reason
okay,
for us to
so-
be here, Sarah.
So Craig and MC say this is coming from passenger planes, because, and then they're able to dismantle that conversation with their physics and so on and so forth. However, you guys don't believe it. So you are dismantling their argument by saying it's not coming from passenger planes, or maybe it could be, but it also is coming from other things.
Right. They're saying we're saying something that we're not actually saying.
But again, I
So
need
they
you
don't claim
to
it's from
solidify
passenger.
your
We're in
claim in terms of dismantling their passenger planes. You need to solidify your claim on the other end. That's
claim is that we're
where
not-
the issue is.
Sarah, they're saying we're saying it's passenger planes, and we're saying no, we're not saying that. So I don't know how else we could
Yeah.
Then we all are in agreement.
In
There's no
order
debate
to
to be had.
dismantle their claim, though, you need to say where it actually is coming from and show
we
that.
don't.
But you're saying chemtrails are real, which means if you believe if I said chemtrails are actually coming from birds flying in the air,
They're
even
coming
though
from
they're
airplanes.
okay. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you some kind of analogy that you can understand. So
I
Craig
think you're
and
the one that's confused.
no, I'm actually I feel like I'm pretty clear here. Craig and MC say chemtrails are not real. They're actually contrails. They come from the passenger planes, or even I'm assuming jet planes. It could be jet planes based on the physics behind everything,
Which
right?
planes do contrails come from? I don't know.
Gentlemen, is it just
all
passenger
of-
planes?
Any plane flying in the sky where you see a
Any
visible
plane?
trail
Okay,
behind
so
it
all
is
planes. Hold on, stop. All planes
Plane.
are on the all
wasn't done.
airplanes are on the table for that. Okay, now if you come in and say no, it's not coming from just airplanes. There's also birds shitting out chemtrails as well.
We're not saying that.
Then you need to come in. But I understand
Sarah, we're doing the
that.
same fucking thing that they're doing.
Where are you saying the chemtrails are coming
How
from?
in the fuck is it that you understand it when they say all planes, but you don't understand it when we say all planes? You're the one that's confused. They're confusing you.
You're gaslighting, you little fucker.
No, you're actually confused.
Seriously,
they're-
they're driving us
what I'm-
nuts. They're making a secondary claim and then putting the burden of proof on us. And you're helping.
You have the burden of proof. You're saying chemtrails are real.
Oh my
We already
fucking
said
god.
it.
Where are
Now
they
they're
coming
asking us
from?
to say which planes give them. They admitted chemtrails are
What's
real.
in
Now
that
they're
water bottle?
Now they're asking us to say which planes they are, and I don't fucking
Craig's
know.
gonna bite that knuckle off.
All right. Please send wine. Where are you saying chemtrails come from?
Why we're not? we're
all
saying this.
passenger
Look,
planes
Sarah.
or contrails, because contrails somehow there was only a 20% reduction during the
God damn it! You gotta
boogeyman
stop
time.
clogging it up.
Yeah,
Sarah.
you
How's
are
that not
throwing me off,
clogging up?
Ben. Because
Obviously,
Ben,
all
what I'm
passenger
saying,
planes were flying,
Ben,
but the trails didn't disappear.
Ben, here's point A and point B. You go to get there. All right. I need a direct thought process. Where are chemtrails coming from? Airplanes, bird shitting.
They're from
birds?
airplanes.
They're coming
Okay.
from airplanes.
They're coming from airplanes. And Craig and MC, you say it's contrails, not chemtrails, coming from airplanes. All airplanes. We all agree all airplanes, correct?
No.
Now you're yeah.
Yeah. No,
Didn't I-
we don't disagree that some planes disperse chemicals, and that is known as geoengineering, which is registered and recorded.
Yeah, they're
and
legally
reported.
bound to record.
Yeah. So we are specifically saying that we are talking about the commonly held conspiracy theory that people like CC, the flat earther push, the crisscrossing of lines in the sky that you get is not, in fact, contrails. That is chemtrails, and they're spraying us with nonsense. That is the belief of the debate that I came here with, because everyone I've ever spoken to about chemtrails has had that held belief, and everywhere I look, that is the commonly held belief.
Okay.
And
So
Powder
I don't
Powder
know
put up
what
a
the
photo
debate is
earlier.
about.
Let me answer to this then. In debate prep, yes, I know you're going with the common belief, but in debate prep, you want to go and check out the actual people you are debating to see what their stance is. CC is not here. You're not arguing with CC. You're arguing with these two goons, right? So in that event, you're going to be arguing whatever their claim is. Now, you guys have to make the claim and make it strong and back it up, and then it is your job to argue that point. I feel like they've done their bit of trying to argue yours. Now it's your turn to argue theirs. Now, you can go off popular belief, but that's not necessarily the conversation here, only because it's just a question, are chemtrails real?
Yes.
Am I making sense to everybody? I think I'm trying to balance the scales here, but you're all a bunch of goons at this point.
Yeah.
I love you all.
Do we agree that chemtrails are a thing?
We do not
Yes.
agree that chemtrails are a thing. We agree that geoengineering happens, and we agree that the contrails behind the majority of planes that we see are just contrails and not chemtrails. The ones that are actually doing geoengineering, yes, those are the ones that are reported, and in the 1972 law, yep, I totally agree with that. Those exist, but most of them are cloud seeding, which happens above existing clouds. So if you see them from the ground, that's not cloud seeding because there aren't clouds between you and them.
There's not always clouds in the sky. But if we try to decipher, if we try to apply what likely the two words really meant, and we look at there's these stripes are either contrails or chemtrails, right? I haven't heard them called anything else. Have you?
No.
Does it seem likely that contrails, being specifically condensation, exclude chemicals, which would be part of chemtrails?
I'm not here for a meta debate about the debate. If you
Oh,
don't,
well, I'm
if
sorry,
you don't have a
Princess.
position,
Get your Rubik's Cube out.
if you don't have a position, then there's no reason to move forward in this debate.
Like when I looked these two up, I didn't really see them talking much about chemtrails, and everyone I've ever spoken to about chemtrails, I mean, we just seem to be talking in circles. All of us agree that geoengineering is the thing, right? And if they want us to make a 100% positive claim, my positive claim is all of the lines we see in the sky behind planes are contrails and not chemtrails. Simple as that. That's my claim.
I don't know.
Benjamin?
That's such a broad claim. I don't know how you could even begin to back it up or try.
Quite easily, we can look at flight radar records, we can look at chemtrail, we can look at geoengineering reporting records and compare the two. And you will find that whenever you look at a plane flying above you and there's lines behind it, it is in fact contrails and not chemtrails. If you have evidence of the opposite, then I would love to see you present that, because my evidence is simply the reporting system that is in place and the fact that every single flight around the world is tracked.
But that's not actually evidence, because for it to be evidence for this purpose in a debate, you would also have to bring like time-stamped and location-stamped photos of the sky to demonstrate that they're not there.
I think that
so
we can. I think we can presume it's there if he's willing to back it up with that. I don't feel the need to throw that up on the screen and go through timestamps of that. But if
he doesn't have it. That's what I'm saying.
He's saying that as well as the flight radar records and the reporting system, he also wants photos of every single plane to reference.
Well, I mean, you're saying that we can
need evidence of the evidence of the evidence.
That's what your claim corresponds against. You're saying that we can look at this and we can look at this.
I use the claims of the flight radar records,
Right.
And the reporting systems that is in place.
Right.
So I don't need to do anything else. That is all of my evidence. It exists for everybody to
The
see.
other piece of evidence that you would need is that there is no chemtrails or contrails in the sky that day, but you don't have that. So I can say that, yeah, I saw them.
That's your claim that they are, so you need to show evidence that they are.
I agree here with Craig because I think MC also provided that in terms of like the weather differential, why you wouldn't see it on the West Coast, but you would see it on the East Coast more, so on and so forth, more people, different weather, different density, blah, blah, blah. So he did provide that information up front. So we can presume that he has more information for that. So
The fuck if we can. What he did was give an explanation, but he didn't. What Craig's trying to do is say, look, we can correspond this specific thing to that specific thing, but he hasn't brought the specific thing that needs to be compared to. We can't actually, for the sake of this debate, he didn't bring any evidence to demonstrate. You made a claim that this will correspond to the sky, or did correspond to the sky. They were
Just told you exactly where my evidence is.
then what is your evidence, Flo, for chemtrails being real?
My evidence is that they spray things in the sky. We have records of it. We're both referencing the records. And what he's doing is he's saying that when it says that they're spraying, you don't see trails in the sky.
Okay.
But we're not looking at the sky. Now, my claim, which I suppose would be circumstantial, but at least it's definitely some evidence better than, oh yeah, trust me, bro, there were no stripes in the sky that day. Hold on, let me pull it up. My evidence would be this pattern. This is a dusting pattern. This is covering territory. This is not flight. This is not passenger flight paths.
Yes, it is.
It's evenly spaced. It's a straight grid.
Right.
That's passenger plane. That's passenger plane traffic.
Yeah, he just made a very, very positive claim that is not passenger flight grids. Could you provide evidence of that, please?
It's way less of a positive claim than you saying if we check in the sky on these days, we won't see them.
Yeah,
so like I said, this is circumstantial.
You just made the very specific claim that what's in this picture is not from passenger planes. Can you provide evidence?
I have said that I have said that this pattern is a spread pattern. This is a crop dusting pattern. It's
right, can you provide evidence that specifically is crop dusting, please?
I don't even know where this picture came from.
Oh, well, you should probably remove it then, because it's not anything that you should bring up.
So again, you're doing a straw man where you're trying to say I'm speaking of this literal picture. I'm speaking of this pattern.
I'm sorry that I assumed that the evidence that you're presenting is the thing that you were talking about. That's all right. Let me
see the picture of the sky when these logs were that you say doesn't show any contrails.
I didn't say I had pictures of the sky because
that's right. So.
Yeah. But if I did have a picture of the sky, I would be able to tell you when and where it was taken and what it was looking at, instead of just a random picture.
Do you not understand I'm using this as a model,
random picture that you said is not even your point? So
do you understand that I'm trying to illustrate a pattern?
Flo, presuming that this is a grid of some sort, and it's it can be similar to the style of crop dusting. Do you have something further as to why that would be considered crop dusting grid-like style and not the passenger planes just happen to be on that? Coming out of the same,
perfectly straight.
Well, do you have more pictures of that, specifically that aren't near airports?
Yeah, I can address that.
Mm-hmm. Sure, that'd be great.
So there are specific flight paths that are taken, and so the same flight path will be flown by multiple airplanes, separated by time. And when you have a wind blowing horizontally, and you have airplanes that are regularly spaced, because air traffic controllers like to keep regular spacing between planes so that they don't crash and so they know where they are and have regular distances, then as that wind blows sideways, you will get these contrail patterns that a plane goes through, the wind blows the contrail to the side, another plane goes through, you repeat that, and you get this exact pattern.
Okay. I'm sharing a screen right now.
Okay. There it is. Okay.
Apologies.
So this is actually a live flight tracker.
Yeah, there we go.
Does this
Brilliant.
look like a grid?
Kuhn just explained why it looks like that. Did you not listen to any of the words he said?
Completely supported exactly my claim there. You see that they're in lines. Those lines that you see are exactly what I'm talking about. They're airplanes that take the same path between common places because they use regular flight paths and they're not all at the same time and they're not all next to each other.
No,
Those
this
planes
is
are behind
live.
each other. Those planes are behind each other. So you have a plane that goes through and then another plane that goes through and then another plane that goes through. And between the time that plane 1 and 2 went through, there's wind that blew the contrail to the side. And between 2 and 3, there's wind that blew the contrails to the side.
You don't know the wind conditions when this picture was taken. And also,
You?
no, I don't.
Oh, well,
but I'm not making. I'm not making
awesome.
a claim
Kuhn's
about the wind conditions of
explanation
that day.
is an understandable explanation that wind blows things sideways, another one appear, blow sideways, make grid.
It's not even a grid. It's not two-dimensional. It's just lines.
Well, yeah, there's
It's
a
not
number
a
of
checker
lines
pattern.
there.
There's
He doesn't realize they're at a higher altitude because he's got no depth perception.
Yeah, I think you also have to look at the perspective. Those those lines could be going up and down, or they could be going side to side. But
Planes fly
because
in-
your picture is set in one way, we can't really tell if they're stacked or like catawampus to each other. Basically, you wouldn't know. They just only look grid-like.
I can say, Sarah,
because airplanes, right? And I'm going to try to translate as best as I can. Airplanes, when they're taking off, they could be at different altitudes as they're going through.
Yeah,
so
but
even
Sarah,
if they
those
were
are high-
stacked up
those
and
are high
down,
altitude. They're not.
huh?
That's not what's happening. They're all at a pretty regular elevation. There. That's not a challenge there. But we don't think that there's some depth perception thing going there.
Okay, so
I
let me,
think they're all pretty much
here.
the same height.
This
Oh, you
this
got
is
another
what
one?
this is what they start to look like when they get blown around. They fade out. They don't just neatly shift over.
Yeah, and how long between that one that's going top right to bottom left? How long ago was that compared to the thin lines? You don't know. That's the problem. You have an unsighted, an untimed photograph.
Are you denying that trails dissipate in this manner? Are you suggesting that they stay tight over time?
I'm asking you how long was it between the thick lines and the thin lines? You don't know.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that clouds get wider? Do these trails get wider and fade out over time, or do they stay tight? They dissipate, don't they? Yes, they do.
You have an untimed photograph here. You don't know
You're
how
right.
long they've been up.
You're not even disagreeing with my claim.
I'm going to point out that first you're saying they came in grid-like, and then here they look more. Are you saying these are regular
Yeah.
contrails?
Which ones are you saying are normal contrails and which ones are you saying are secret government spraying eugenics program?
I was not making a claim about either.
No
I would say, none of them are the secret
claims.
government eugenics program.
No claims, no debate.
So the claim is that the left one, my profile picture, that is a pattern that is consistent with trying to cover a certain area.
Excellent. And what's the contents of those contrails there? Did you have any mechanism for ascertaining what's in them?
Everybody knows that cancer chemicals are in them.
Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. Could you provide
everybody
evidence of
knows.
that, please?
Awesome.
I mean,
Go
everybody
ahead.
I've talked to, just everybody knows. Let me look at Wikipedia.
Oh, Wikipedia is going to say that there's cancer-causing chemicals in those
No,
lines
I was being
there.
sarcastic. And the point of me pulling this one up, the second one was
Wait,
just simply
Sarah,
shut.
I'm sorry, but he's made a very big claim there that everybody knows.
It was a
there's
very
cancer-causing chemicals in
sarcastic
there.
claim. I made a big sarcastic claim at
All
you.
right, well, then back off the sarcasm and start providing evidence.
Do you disagree that with both of them, contrails and chemtrails, that over time, as they disappear into the air around them, that they fade and spread out and blow around.
Your photo there
It
shows
depends-
the ones closer to the bottom of the screen are more spread out than the ones near the top of the screen.
You're right.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah. And to answer your question more specifically, it depends on the conditions. There are many variables. Conditions can also change very quickly and make a contrail disappear within minutes, or make it stay for hours. It really depends on what is going on up there, and those conditions can change extremely quickly.
I don't disagree with that either.
Awesome.
Cool. Right. Sarah, I honestly think that they've made no claims. So, like, I don't know what we're debating here.
Yeah. I think that where we're stuck at is that a chemtrail or not? And
Burden's on you.
If you think it is, then present evidence.
Yeah.
All right, give me 60 seconds and then we'll go into closing. If you want to spurg some more.
yeah, my evidence would be that it is a chemical that's being sprayed into the environment intentionally. It is not condensation, which is the other explanation for the trails behind planes.
You got evidence for that?
That was you said that was your evidence, and then you made a claim.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
evidence
I was
is,
waiting for
and
the
then a claim.
evidence.
Wow.
No, you said a claim.
No, you said my
What do you
evidence is, and then you made a claim. So, where's the evidence bit of the words you just
I
said?
forgot that part.
What do you want evidence for?
Your
Oh,
claim. Your claim.
Yeah, well, you,
Oh,
Right,
The evidence.
once
Okay, so
again,
the evidence.
with
The
your
evidence, the evidence
words-
is that it's mutually exclusive, right? There's only two explanations for the trails, right? Right. I've already asked you this, and you've already agreed. There's chemtrails
Yeah,
and
so-
contrails. We know we can use process of elimination. We know that cloud seeding chemicals are not condensation. They therefore have to be chemtrails.
yeah, so which ones are they specifically? Any of the pictures you showed us, were they cloud seeding chemicals?
That doesn't matter.
Well, it kind of.
You were just talking about it. Of
evidence
course
is
it
in the
matters.
definition. The definition is mutually exclusive.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let's go ahead into closing statements, gentlemen, and then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. It is about that time anyways. Thank God. All right. So, and just a kind reminder, I'm about to, for members only, I will drop the backstage link into a members only post. Stand by for that. In the meantime, MC, would you like to start with your closing statement, please?
Sure. So they talked a lot about geoengineering. The most common is cloud seeding. Cloud seeding is only applicable when there are already clouds in the sky. It is to make the clouds that are already in the sky precipitate. These things exist, not a problem. But when there's no clouds in the sky, there's no point in doing cloud seeding because there's no clouds to seed. So I think it's very telling that they were extremely hesitant to define clearly which airplanes until the very end they thought were the ones at doing the chemtrails other than the geoengineering, which we all agree on. So thank you for that. Thanks, Sarah. It's been great. I would love to, Sarah, come back. I do debate other topics. Specifically, 5G is safer, and I'd love to find somebody that wants to face me on that.
Then
Ooh. Not Flo and not Benjamin.
no, I'm not offering to take it up. I'm just curious. Then what? I don't know anything about that stuff.
Or anything else.
We can actually kind of rally into that during open panel if you want. And then MC, maybe we'll find somebody who would like to debate you on that note. Craig, to you, please.
Thank you very much. This is always fun. Impulse control issues are some of the two that I'm used to dealing with, I guess. We were here because we thought we were debating people that held the common belief about chemtrails, but I guess these were special chemtrailers that were a subsect of chemtrailers that we weren't aware of. So I guess I should apologize for not knowing the niche little cults that belong to the big cult there. So what you see in the sky, every single one of them that you can look up because there's not clouds, that's how you see them. Every single one are contrails and not chemtrails. If you have proof otherwise, please present that to me. That's it. Thanks, Sarah. This is awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you, Craig. Benjamin, to you.
So we spent pretty much the entire debate after they conceded that there's chemtrails And then Craig tried to change the definition, and even the word some, he tried to make that most, like some is common. If I find some, when I got a pan of gold and I found some in there and I wasn't happy, but most, that I'm happy. It's a pretty simple thing. They said that he just got done saying that we didn't make a claim, but you made a claim that it was the passenger planes making them. And when 80% of those planes got taken out of the equation and the chemtrails didn't disappear, it's other planes. And then everybody pretended like I'm some crazy conspiracy theorist when Mena, Arkansas, the Post is writing back. It's a fairly well-known thing that they do their own thing off of the books, and it's on purpose. So that way, when the big guy gets on TV and it's time to pay the piper, he can go, I didn't know anything about it. They even have a term for it. It's reasonable deniability. Plausible deniability. Like, that's not a known thing all of a sudden. So the chemtrail debate got taken out of the equation right out the gate. That was admitted that there are planes spraying chemicals. When I tried to question how come when 80% of passenger planes get taken out, they stay, but you're telling me that it's passenger planes leaving those. Well, and then I didn't make a positive enough claim, so I don't know where to go with that. But good enough.
Thank you, Benjamin. Flo, to you.
Yeah, as Striking It Rich said in my chat, they're hanging on to the passenger jet thing for dear life. This was really just semantics. This was a semantic game and a moving the goalpost game. Ultimately, obviously, the components of weather modification, discharge, pause. Obviously, that is chemicals, not condensation. So, as much as they're trying to appeal to these restrictive definitions or what everybody thinks, despite the fact that the everybody they're referencing is us. Obviously, it's not a contrail; it's a chemtrail. If it's a chemical that's meant to change the weather, they're just trying to squeeze out the side by saying that no, that's not what it really is, but obviously it is. So, anyways, I had a good time. I hope everyone on panel. I mean, I think me and Craig are pretty cool in the chaos. So the rest of you look a little bit stressed out and tired. But anyways, good shit.
Fuck all of you. I love you all. This was fun. Just as a kind reminder to everyone, these are 4 grown adults interrupting each other. Makes it for good entertainment. I love it. Let's get to the super chats that came in. And for the record, everybody watching on either side, I have dropped a link to the open panel. If you want to come on, now's the time to get in there. All right. So let's see. And any of you can respond to these. I don't care how you do it. Otherwise, if nobody says anything, I'll just keep moving on. Andrea says with a big 5, please remember that it's not chemtrails, it's contrails, just like in con artists. Okay. Odin's Rage says with the big 5, technically any trail behind an engine has chemicals. Is that their gold star?
Water is a chemical.
That is true.
If you're gonna make it so broad, then you don't get anywhere.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing if you make everything.
Right. I think that would make it an important piece to define that. Kango with the big 5 says an issue with debating conspiracy theorists like these clowns is they are just too stupid to have a conversation with. Is Bigfoot flying the planes? That's pretty funny. It is. A Mana Army with the big 10. Craig, I respect you. I think you versus Mana Reports on a 1v1 debate about Islam versus atheist would be a great to make on modern day debates or breakfast tacos or Sarah's Pet. Why would you advertise somebody else's show here?
Why would you read this?
I'll totally do that. And Sarah would probably be a good host for that.
Thank you. Mana Reports. All right. Have you seen him before?
No.
Okay. fair warning, Spurg session 101.
Right.
Odin's comes in with another 5 more bucks on a technicality. All exhaust contains chemicals. Oh, so I guess they're following up on that one. Man Army with the 5 says, Craig, I like your content.
Oh, that was to me this time rather than you.
Great debater. Would you debate my guy Manor Reports on Islam versus atheism 1v1, maybe on MDD or breakfast tacos panel? Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, fuck you, Sarah.
Not even listing you this time. You were listed in the last one, at least.
I know, little dick. But yeah, if Manor Reports wants to do it, and if Craig, if you're willing to take him on, he's been on this panel before, that's fine. Manor Reports, reach out to me and we'll see. Ernie comes in with a big 5. Thanks for being a real mod. This was a tough one. Y'all pissed me off. Snorky Y2K with the big 5. How are we compensating for how much aluminum is injected into air from people using deodorant in an air-conditioned space? Any thoughts?
No controls were provided or anything, and the people who think that there's something other than just jet exhaust in those trails never have any supporting evidence for it. It's always circumstantial.
Fair enough. Lord
Illuminous poo.
Tomato lady, you should meet Zumi. She's a tomato too. A joke, I bred a wiener dog with a golden retriever. Got a wiener retriever, like fights mom. Oh boy.
Yep. I'm coming round. That's it.
What the
I'm sending Tim after you. That's just not on, man.
Earthly skeptic with a big 5. Ray and Bald, you see your breath on a cold morning due to the same reason that causes contrails. So are you spreading harmful chemicals into the air?
They are.
I notice that when I do that, I'm from South Dakota. I'm pretty used to it, and weirdly, it never stays. It's not like in a comic book and shit where you're like, oof, and then you can like maybe put words in it or something. It don't work like that. It dissipates.
I've never seen it hang around for like even 2 seconds anywhere.
It's yeah.
What's the longest you've seen your breath hang in the air?
Because the dew point.
Immediate dissipation.
You're not at the dew point there again.
Hey, we didn't bring up the comparison. We're just pointing out why it's a bad one.
All right, fair enough. And then Big Red Sky with the big 5 says, Craig, turn your volume down if you don't want to listen. No one wants to hear you ever complain about interruptions again.
I don't think I just let them shout, really.
I will say,
the thing is, I wouldn't need to complain about interruptions if they didn't interrupt.
Craig, you're one of our interrupters too.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was doing that on purpose once they just started talking around in circles, to be honest. I was just having fun.
That's fair. That's fair. F. Grood with the big, I think that's 10. More Sara. She's awesome. I don't know if you meant to spell more that way.
It was on purpose.
Okay. Observer comes in with a big 5. Here is some money for some headache meds. Yes, I did put. I ended up changing my new goal to Tylenol fund. So thank you very kindly.
I've already rupeed her, so she'll be feeling better soon.
You know what? I have a bottle of Prosecco sitting upstairs. I was so tempted to go get it, but I have to work in the morning. So
I've got some going right now.
Oh, amen to that. JSS Tiger with a big 5. Has anyone ever done any chemical testing on chemical trails? That's a good question.
None that I've seen.
No, they don't.
There's a whole bunch of people that claim they do, but who knows where they get it? And they're like, they show lab reports, but who knows where they got their samples from or what they are. You know, nothing that you could be particularly reliable.
How about spectroscopy? That would work.
Would what?
Spectroscopy.
Have they got a container for it, though?
Yeah, you could do it with or without a container.
I'm not old enough to need one of those yet.
All right.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Boston Concerts with a big 5. Has anyone ever opened the window to catch a chemtrail from a plane in front of them?
That'd be great.
Hold on. Just hold her steady.
Catch a cloud. That's fair. Tiles with the big 5. Sarah's the MVP of the debate. Holy cow, you guys made that rough. Tim Davidson with the big 5. The positive position, chemtrails are real. Now what chems, what planes, who, how, and why?
Yes, it's something we ask often.
Mm-hmm. Wicked Wally with the big 5. Sorry I'm here late. I don't know any arguments or who has what position, but I'm sure they're all plain to see. That was awful. Gonna jet on out. Thanks, Wicked Wally. Finkel with a big 75. Some loser named Powder Dusty grifted me for $50 last night, so surely the mater is worthy of 75. That's because I'm Finkel's favorite, Flo. Did you hear that?
Katie, give me a banana.
Bane Bear with the big 5. If a pilot flies a plane, he's also a passenger. Therefore, all planes are passenger planes. Otherwise, they're drones. That's a fair point, but I think in terms of the definition of a passenger plane. Yeah. King Ed V with the big 5. Not all planes leave contrails, but all lines in the sky are contrails. Simple as that. Yeah, this is like not all fruits are apples, but all apples are fruits kind of argument. That makes sense. Any other thoughts?
Yeah. How do you prove that? How do you prove that every line in the sky is a contrail? And further, when 80% of the planes that supposedly do that got taken out of the equation, the lines kept happening.
We explained that very specifically.
Yes. Yeah. And I just would like to say shout out to Mike 23 for the 20 memberships. You demand. Go ahead. That's my only thoughts on that.
All right. Kengo with the big 20 says, do the chemtrail clowns think that in all commercial airports have people that fuel and maintain the planes are in on the conspiracy, loading the chemicals onto the planes? All the commercial pilots are in on it too?
Yeah, they'd have to turn it on and off at different times.
Only the ones at Denver, because it's got that crazy horse with the demon eyes, you know, outside of it. Denver's the only one. Yeah.
Lucifer.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
No, I clearly said that when they cut out the commercial planes and all that the trail still went on. Clearly stated that.
All right. Robert Demita with the big 10. Windstream. Thank you, Sarah and panel. Robert is the kindest one, always in the bunch with the manners. Thank you. The Sun Express with the big 5. Why the evil they who are doing the super evil contrailing, living and breathing in the exact same atmosphere as the rest of us? That's a good question, actually.
Yeah. Makes no sense. Yeah.
Because it's...
Here comes something with that will have no evidence. Let's hear it.
No, there's no evidence for this. It is speculation. If you're in charge of whatever you're in charge of, if you're in charge of modifying weather for some portion of the country, it's presumable. I don't know it for sure, but it's presumable that whoever's calling those shots probably doesn't live in that part of the country or the world. And if he does, he probably dismisses the harms of doing it as much less than the harms of just not doing his job at all. I'm speculating entirely, though. I don't have any idea.
So there's the meeting. Here's the board meeting of the people that eventually are like,
you're trying to pick apart something that's pure speculation.
Hold on.
Somebody
let him
says,
spit it out. Jesus
I
fucking
propose
Christ.
that we start spraying poisonous chemicals on everybody. And somebody else in the board meeting is like, but wouldn't we get that too? The first one's like, yes, but it's worth it. No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Are you presuming rich people live like us?
He's intentionally misunderstanding, so I'm not going to bother. It was just speculative anyway, so nice dunk.
All right. Kango with the big 5, worried about chemtrails while smoking. LOL. I guess the health concerns around smoking are just a conspiracy.
Yeah.
I think that's a shot at you, Flo.
I mean, okay. Clutch those pearls harder.
Also.
I smoke cigars too. I used to smoke harder things, but...
All right. right.
I'm going to leave that alone. We're on the same team.
King Ed with the big 5. Chemical seeding or geoengineering does not leave trails. How do they not know this? I have been personally involved with seeding operations. Do 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 do.
All right, Avatar.
The power within with the big 10. Craig and MC Toon need to investigate the gematria guy. That guy has scammed people over $1 million and convinces people to gamble. Flow State knows how he is. No, we are not doing gematria tonight. Fuck no. No, and no, I refuse. I sat through 2 debates on
Sarah,
that. I was miserable.
That
Absolutely
was the first debate I watched of yours. That was
Oh my
nuts.
God.
That guy's
Woo.
I have a quick sidebar question. What's the story with the shoes on display behind you?
Oh, somebody sent me them. They're NASA shoes.
That's pretty cool.
I figured there was a reason they were there and not just mess.
Jay with the big 5. They all believe in cloud seeding, and Flo and Brian, I'm guessing Benjamin, can't admit that they are wrong about contrails and passenger planes.
Yeah, because we're not wrong.
All right.
Nobody said that.
Right.
And huge arse with the big 5. So how many people have died from chemtrails? If none, what's the problem? That's a good question too.
How would we know that?
How are they going to know?
You're the one that
They're not
accepted
gonna
this
know.
debate.
Do you think that whatever chemtrails cause, like the specific disease would just like light up like this is from a chemtrail? Probably not. It'd probably be Alzheimer's or cancer or something like the rest of,
40 years later, they have a class action lawsuit, and some legal agencies like, do you have mesothelioma in your eye?
Oh my goodness. And a shout out for there's 20 gifted memberships over on Powder Dusty's side. Congratulations to all you lucky lottery winners. And another 10 as well from
Mike.
There you
I
go.
appreciate
30
it. I
out
do
the
see that.
door. All right. Are we ready to really fuck shit up and get crazy now? You 4 are already on my short list. Okay. Be gentle. All right.
I can hang for about an hour before I need to go to sleep.
No problem. You guys are able to leave at any point in time whenever you so choose, and I will not consider it a rage quit unless you're whining like a bitch out the door. Here we go.
What is this? There's some intermission thing? It's got some metal going. A little bit. It's not that metal. I thought it was ready. Come on. Kiku says Sarah's my future wife. It's... All right, so not a lot of the music is coming through.
You listen to me. I am the voice. If you hear my voice, that means you should probably shut the fuck up. That means you've pissed me off because
it's the guy who eats that pussy.
Or yelling over each other or doing shit like that. I just remove you because it gets on my fucking nerves. All right, we're gonna play, have a good time. We can start with everybody asking a question here or there. We'll go from that route, and then we can, let you guys have in on it. Okay. All right. Chuck, you were the member first in line. Feel free to start the conversation, please.
Well, I'm not trying to upset my illegitimate stepson.
Too late. Your mic's already fucked up.
It is.
I'll be back.
That's what I thought.
I'll hold this
right
spot
down.
for you. It might be coming in okay. Go ahead. Keep talking, Chuck.
Is it still bad?
It's still the same.
No,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, I got to switch browsers. I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
See how quickly I dispatched to that?
Mm-hmm.
Just like it was Craig and Craig.
I have a question, Sarah.
Sure. Go ahead.
Does everybody on the panel have a consensus on what evidence is?
I bet probably if you push that too far, we would not agree.
Yeah, I don't think you guys even understand, or well, not necessarily understand, but agree. Like, I've heard you use anecdotal evidence. I've heard evidence from inference. I've heard logical evidence, but I haven't seen any physical evidence.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what you
The
didn't
other
see is
thing
the
is,
things that I was putting backstage. I did put several things backstage that I guess were not shared to other chats.
I got you, Chuck.
Right, but I think that the biggest form that we didn't see was prima facie evidence, like what was obvious on the face of it. Right, you guys didn't even try to attempt to see like to explain it to a person that wouldn't understand at all. Right, break it down and distill it to its simplest form. Like, you guys didn't even attempt that.
We actually did. We did it a ton of times. You guys, I don't know, for some reason you're saying like, no, that's not. Yeah, we did. Said it's either contrail or chemtrail, right? And if it's chemical, it's not condensation.
Binary does not mean distilled.
I didn't follow your objection, but I assumed that it is meaningless. It was just an objection for its own sake.
Yeah, I imagine that you need that to be the case in order for your argument to make sense.
Okay, well then re-explain it to me like I'm 5.
I'm trying to.
You already did.
Like, you didn't put anything prima facie, bro. Like, you didn't.
I know
make
you've already said
anything-
that.
Yeah, well, that's my objection.
You have to repeat things to 5-year-olds sometimes.
I don't know. What do you not
I'm
understand
five.
what
I'm
prima
5.
facie means, or
Hey,
do you
yeah,
not
explain
understand
it
what
to
prima facie?
Hey, explain
Honestly,
to him
on
like
the
he's
face
3.
of it, right?
Right.
The
Yeah,
5 isn't
so,
working.
like, I know you showed like the patterns of like dusting from like crop dusting.
Okay, so
I know you shown that, right? But what you didn't show was like photos with perspective, with like a mountain in the foreground or in the background, where you could show.
that's
like,
what would have satisfied you.
The planes.
I'm sure that would have been. Mm-hmm.
It would have helped clarify for the layman in the show. What do you mean? In what perspective wouldn't it have?
I have no evidence for this claim. It's just my instinct that you would have had an objection, regardless of how many mountains were in the background. Just a hunch.
Chuck, you're back. Let's see if you're.
What a douchebag.
Testing.
I agree.
Douchebag is.
I don't even disagree
an
with that.
argument. Chuck, go ahead. Let's see what you got.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that any better?
Way
It's
better.
exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
Okay. I had to change.
I'm trying to give Chuck a minute here.
Let me
see if let me turn off.
Oh, is it bad?
Yeah.
Damn it.
How about that? Now talk.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2,
Sounded
3,
better.
4.
Way better. Okay. All right. Just a
Yeah,
Okay.
you cleared up.
Go ahead, Chuck.
All right. Point 1 is these knuckleheads that inhaled nitrous oxide. I am not sure about, but have you ever watched videos or audio of planes when they talk about coming in heavy to an airport?
No.
Means they got too much fuel.
Mm-hmm.
The way they do that is they dump the fuel while they're up in the air, which will dissipate into the upper atmosphere or upper echelons. Also, when they're up that high,
Come on, let
the
it
air is quite colder up there, which means any condensate will probably turn to ice crystals before it turns to condensate, therefore lasting longer.
How often do planes coming in heavy? They have to dump fuel.
Quite a bit.
Pretty
A
rare,
lot of
actually.
planes coming into most airports have to dump fuel before they land. A lot of people don't realize that
Yeah,
because they end up with too much fuel and they have to dump the excess before they land.
And you think that's what the stripes in the sky are?
No, it could be part of it, but contrails. Also, I think it was 2023, there was a study done by a group of independent scientists from the East Coast and the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they monitored 9 locations.
Who paid?
and they found zero chemical from the so-called chemtrails.
Who paid for it?
I was trying to find it before I came on, and I ran out of time. I can't look it up and do both. I was trying to find, because I knew somebody, especially Flo, was going to ask my sources.
And no
But I
different
will.
than-
Yeah.
and no different than when they try to ask us, how did people collect it? How did people collect it to say it was a contrail?
You take
So-
atmospheric reading.
Good question.
I'm not even. Yeah, I would even concede it. I just want to know who funded the study. Because I
Are
bet
clouds are formed in low pressure, right? What does a plane do when it's flying in the air? It compresses air to a high pressure. So if you have a high pressure immediately followed by a low pressure, what does that create?
tornadoes.
Condensation.
Have
It
it.
creates a cloud. It creates a cloud. It creates a condensation cloud. Especially because you're burning fuel and it's leaving behind an ash, which creates a condensation nuclei that gives the moisture a surface to grab onto.
Not much.
Oh, that's how
ash.
planes fly, all of them?
No, jets mostly. Jets.
Oh, so all
Some
jets
planes.
all jets leave these trails?
I didn't say that.
Well, if that's how
The
they
conditions
fly,
have to be
what, the other ones fly at different
the conditions have to be right, man. Okay, you have to be the right altitude, you have to have the right pressure, the atmospheric pressure, the right dew point, right? If you don't have enough moisture for the moisture, if you don't have enough moisture in the air to grab onto the surface of the burnt fuel, then you're not leaving behind a cloud. Right? Or if the pressure's too high, then you're not creating enough of a difference at that altitude to create a condensation nuclei cloud that would leave the trail behind you.
So is it safe to assume that whenever we're seeing these lines, then that they just are all hitting the right combination of
yes, absolutely. It's the same thing as having a rainbow. You have to have the right conditions.
But there's good reason to assume it's A and not B, even because you're not denying that cloud seeding happens, right? You don't deny that they spray stuff in the atmosphere.
I'm not saying that at all. No, we know for a fact that they have crop dusting. We know for a fact that they've been seeding clouds with salt. We know for a fact that this is a technology they've been doing since before the 50s. I mean,
And it's all reported. It has to be reported.
So my question,
not every time.
My question then would be, how are you able to just assume which is which?
Well, I know where you got your aluminum oxide theory from.
Do you?
Oh yes, I do.
I don't even know where I got it from.
It's an ex-CIA project. It's an ex-CIA project where they suspend aluminum in the air and then they bombard it with X-rays in order to create turbulent air in case of a missile attack. So it can slow down the missile enough for interception.
You're pretty smart. I didn't know anything about that. Here, I'm going to drop a link backstage to just a list of resources, just a list of stuff.
And while we're dropping links, we'll drop the grift as well. AW5. Hold on.
I want to say.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
The host is talking. Shut up.
Thank you, Chuck. AW with the
You're
big
welcome,
five
sweetheart.
says, if you believe chemtrails can negatively impact our air, do you believe emissions from cars, ships, planes, etc., can contribute to climate change? Anybody can respond.
Yes, the amount of carbon that comes out of fuel exhaust, I do believe, plays an effect. Not to the degree at which people tried to claim, but it does play an effect.
I think that a human or an animal's lungs is way more delicate than the globe's weather or temperature, right? We're talking about like several orders of magnitude difference in the amount of toxins or harmful additives you need to have an impact.
Well, the steel mill I used to work at, there was a thing back in the day, I don't know if any of y'all remember, it was called acid rain. Everyone laughed at it. However, the chemicals we put out into the air in the locality I lived at, it did create acid rain. It would peel the paint off of your
Mostly
car.
coal ash. Mostly coal
Right.
ash.
Until we put in the scrubbers and the other technology to reduce that, was we able to park in our parking lot, because I had my car repainted once because of the acid rain.
And not just that, but the oil slick, I assume.
But
The oil slick.
Fuel that
You didn't get okay.
burnt. Fuel is a hydrocarbon gas. When you look at a hydrocarbon, the only things that exist are carbon and hydrogen.
It's a hydrocarbon chain.
Yeah, it's just a chain, and it just depends on how many of each that you're looking at. So there's nothing else existing there. The carbon is not unnatural to the atmosphere. It's something that gets cycled back and forth through the atmosphere.
Yeah, but SO2 was the byproduct of that process.
One volcanic eruption equals all the output of the cars.
I have to agree with that. He's 110% correct. We could run every gasoline engine on the planet at 100% capacity for a year solid and not equal the damage of one volcano. That is 100% correct.
Kilauea does more as far as that's concerned than anything else.
Mike 23 coming in with a big 10 says, Flo, you are my brother moving forward, bro. Kang 44 with the big 5 says the world has been poisoned. The world has been poisoned by plastic and the petrochemical industry. Why invent the chemtrail thing? That's a good question too. Like, we already have enough shit going around.
Yeah, you know what's really bad? I read a study yesterday that was tracking the amount of microplastics in the human brain. And they tested a brain from 2010 and a brain from 2022. But in those 12 years, the amount of microplastics in the brain had increased by 800%.
Yeah.
Oh, I can believe that.
I think microplastics are a bigger issue, probably for sure. But this is not an either or, and this is how you know that I'm more objective than somebody like Kang. Is I don't decide what to believe based on what I prefer to believe.
I'd like to see your study sample. I'd like to see your sample size, your control subject group. Right? You're making a lot of claims right there.
Open your mouth up. I'll give you a sample.
Oh my God!
You need a question.
Hasn't been addressed.
Shut up. Rude Mud Crabbin with the big 5 says, if they are dumping fuel, how is it possible to find no chemicals? LOL, silly old Chuck. That's to you, Chuck.
They dissipate that high up in the atmosphere. As they come down, a lot of them dissipate and get carried back up. Do you not understand the laws of gases? Exactly.
Can I answer that real quick? At different atmospheric pressures and different temperatures.
I have one rule.
Not in the boat.
Don't talk over each other.
Thank you, Chuck.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
I have a question for the two intelligent gentlemen.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Sasquatch.
I think they both stepped away for a second. I'll read this and maybe they'll come back by then. The Sun Express in with big 5. So the super evil, they are dumping dangerous chemicals in contrails, negatively affecting life expectancy of the population. Why coal the taxpayers?
I can answer this, but I'm not agreeing with it, but I'll answer it anyway. It's the reason you would coal taxpayers is because we got an aging population and seniors don't contribute to the economy they take from it. So I don't believe the premise of this question, but there actually is an answer to it.
I personally, the part that I don't agree with is where they're trying to kill the population. That's a presumption of why it would be done. Now that we're out of the debate, there's many reasons that they could be doing something like particulating the sky with ions and making the entire field able to carry electronic signals better. They're talking about basically thing.
Don't talk about stuff you don't know anything about.
Lots of different reasons you could be.
Look, I'll drop another link backstage. They did look into those things with carrying radio waves through the atmosphere better. You goofy ass little giggler.
Don't talk about stuff you have no idea about.
Man, the ionosphere. You don't need to modify the atmosphere at all in order to carry signals.
Yeah, no, they carry, but you could do things to make them carry better.
Yes, I agree.
Here, you know what?
What do you mean?
Here, Giggles, take this link backstage, scroll down to the appendixes.
All right.
Dude, every link you posted so far has debunked you, so I would probably stop posting.
That's
links.
the first law right there. The first law.
Right, Dustin, let me ask, did you have any other questions to the panel? There's more people backstage. I want to, you can still hang backstage. I just need to get people in and out.
No, that's fine. If you have people clamoring to get up here, I will leave with this final statement though. So, you know, never mind. I think I've spoken enough. You guys are tired.
Nice to meet you, dude.
I'll catch you later.
Thank you, Dustin. You can always jump back on.
All right. Much love, Sarah. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right. And Chuck, I wanted to ask you.
Okay. Real quick, I ran a thing called a mass spectrometer. I ran it and serviced it. And we would periodically take samples of the local air around and run it through there. And this mass spectrometer would detect and tell us anything that was in the air, whether it was CO2, CO, hydrogen, nitrogen, argon, which is a relatively low percentage of the atmosphere, nitrogen, things like that. And we never detected oddities in the local air sample.
Did you ever calibrate it?
Yes, sir. Once a week, every week, because I worked for the EPA, and I will bounce with that.
I love this.
Thank you.
That's a good man there. Good man.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Nice.
One of those.
I've seen
Another
stuff.
one,
I've
sure.
been wondering which century that was in. He did this.
All right, I have a serious question, though. Seriously. Both of you, gentlemen above me, y'all both went off on exactly what it is that jets burn and what comes out of it, but you didn't discuss anything at all about the additives in those jet fuels, because the different jet airplanes utilize slightly different blends of fuels, correct?
Yeah. But
well, I mean, I'm not hanging on your every word, bro. I got a life, but I did try to pay attention, but I didn't catch the additives part. But it is kind of an interesting correlative. I think that's the right term. That the additives that are in the jet fuel react in an odd way in the presence of certain catalysts. Palladium, platinum, silver is one of them. Yes. Are we in agreement?
They don't put palladium.
Before we agree, let me bring one more up on stage. Zerzus.
Yes, it's Zerzus Icon.
Come on, you know Zerzus. Everybody knows Zerzus.
If everybody else could be quiet so I can voice confirm whatever fucking noise is going on.
Joe.
No. All right. Yeah, it was Joe. Zerzus.
Hello, it's Zerzus Zyklin, if you were wondering about how to say the last name.
Yeah. What's 6 + 6? Zerzus Zyklin.
12.
Why are you talking like that? Are you a troll?
Oh, no, I just had a very simple question for the chemtrail believers.
Okay.
That's all of us.
Yeah.
So I'd like to propose an if P then Q proposition. So if P, let's say there are chemtrails, then there should be easily detectable chemicals within the body of air that we see as a chemtrail. Now, what I would like to propose is something kind of like the flat Earth final experiment, where you guys fundraise to get a airplane which is specifically designed to basically sniff the air for specific chemicals. Now, we'd first have to assume that you know exactly what chemicals would be released from standard jet fuel so that we can eliminate those chemicals and look for chemicals that wouldn't normally be present within standard jet fuel. This would be a very simple way to prove your argument of chemtrails being the chemicals that you say are not normal fuel chemicals and some sort of government additive to the air.
This sounds simple to you.
It does. It sounds brilliant too. That's the way you're gonna have to confirm it. You're gonna have to get somebody up there with filters. Know what to look for.
It sounds difficult. Why don't you guys get me a plane with the special? If you guys could get the plane, then since it's simple, I'll participate. I'll fly along.
It's your claim. You should. Yeah,
that only sounds.
I should have to get the plane.
$1 million or so. And this is part of why I am quiet. I'm not tired, by the way, and all that. It's mating season for the peacocks, and they are screaming like hell. Freaking power.
Perfectly.
Is already crying around.
Are they demanding that you seed them?
Way more cock than I can take.
Do you have to service them?
Is officially sponsored by the peacocks. What the fuck?
What, you guys acting like your peacocks aren't mating right now?
Smoky Guru with the Big Five says this is now a conspiracy convention. Yes, it is. If you have not obtained a tinfoil hat, please go grab your tinfoil hat at the front door. It is available to you free of charge. The Sun Express in with the Big Five. Where's this place where the evil they control all things and senior citizens don't pay sales taxes? Gotta know, and I'll move there immediately.
Gosh, as much as I want to just ignore it because it's obviously disingenuous, he's like, if he's trying to suggest that senior citizens on Social Security are not a net burden on the financial system, he's crazy. That's a crazy position to take, I think.
Yeah, they pay more in sales.
Where he could move and not pay taxes, and that's Florida, bro.
Could you imagine thinking that senior citizens pay more in sales tax than their income from Social Security?
And Q-Tard in with the Big Five. I need a Jay Dyer laugh from Joe Cool before I leave.
I barely know who Jay is. Somebody tell a good joke, though. And can I say, fucking Craig, too, huge fans. I've been fucking seeing and arguing with these flat earthers. You guys are gods. Fucking love you. And
appreciate it, Joe.
Flo is my man. I love these people, but I must assume that they stepped outside of their field of expertise fucking with you two cats.
He sucks dick, too.
I would like a second to retort
only on
difficult claim.
So, yeah.
I would like a second to retort the sounds difficult. That sounds like an argument from incredulity. It's that it's too hard to do, so therefore we can't do it. That's not a logical sound argument.
I wasn't making a logical argument. I was sort of scoffing at it, saying, okay.
Of course you were.
I'm not going to do it. Right. Oh, yeah, you think so? It's a reasonable request for me.
It's a reasonable request for you to support your claims.
Special plane with special sensors and flights on that, in order to set which I agree with you about your premise of we need to set a standard, and after that standard set, then we find a deviation. I absolutely agree. That's a lot of flight hours. Jet A fuel is definitely not cheap. Joe Cool, if you want to answer the Jay Dyer thing, imagine a giant, complete douchebag who wears hot pink but thinks it's cool.
And let me. I cammed up to respond to the suggestion. Fuck no, I'm not doing it. I wouldn't walk to the end of the driveway to prove something to you. I just am not that interested in it. It's pure laziness. There's no incredulity.
Exactly.
I just don't give nearly enough fucks about it to have any desire
why did you
to
even
do that plane for you.
Enter in this debate? Sarah, you found the wrong person.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you care enough to get to invent a plane with special equipment?
I care enough to support my claims.
Yeah, Toon cares enough.
Can I chime in real quick?
Went to Antarctica.
Oh, did you?
Can I chime in real quick?
Went to Antarctica?
I went to Antarctica.
Okay, that's interesting. I would go to Antarctica if it was a vacation, but
Go ahead, King Ed V.
Actually, I don't know if I would. That sounds miserable.
Shut up,
King Ed?
No.
In reference to what Flo is saying, them aircraft already exist. U.S. Coast Guard used them when they monitor hurricanes.
Don't even care. Not even doing it. I'm not doing it.
Wave the white
Sorry,
flag.
guy.
I'm wondering if it's
They also use them to
before.
detect
Can I ask
different types
Tone
of chemicals released in forest fires. Sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm not accepting homework assignments at this
I had a
time.
question for Tone and
Chemicals coming out of planes.
Tone and Craig.
Go ahead, Joe.
Maybe y'all hashed this out already. Thank you. I heard you guys talking. Can I assume that all planes at a certain height, assuming they use similar jet fuel, would all leave the trails as long as they're at a certain height under the right conditions?
Right conditions, yeah. You need the right pressure, temperature, and humidity.
Yes, assuming it's the same day, same conditions. If one plane goes through and it leaves a trail, the other planes, assuming they're similar, should leave trails as well. I can look for that shit and see in real life.
The same plane too, because different planes have different specific makeups of their exhaust. But if they're similar, then you can have a pretty close expectation.
But somehow during the Boogeyman event, even though 80% of planes got taken out,
12 times he said that.
They all
12 times.
Precisely.
Yeah, Toon, why do we over talking sometimes? It's like these people just don't listen, do they?
No, they don't.
Oh, can I add one more thing, by the way? Everybody keeps forgetting. Propeller-driven aircraft also leave contrails at the proper altitudes, not just jets.
Very good. I didn't know that.
I don't doubt that that's true. I've never seen it though. I've never heard of that. I've seen it.
Look up pictures of World War II B-17 bombers, and you'll see a perfect example of them leaving contrails when they're flying for bombing runs.
Show that video now if I could share my screen.
I think you're right.
Has anybody else on the panel flown a plane?
I've been in aircraft. I'm an aircraft controller.
Yeah.
Not legally.
On RC planes.
Somebody go get Grid One. He would be able to speak to that.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'm the first most authority on the panel about airplanes. Suck it.
Okay.
I highly doubt that. Just saying.
You won't walk to the end of your driveway. You are the
not
least.
to prove
You are
something to
the
people who
least important person here.
are determined to not learn anything. But I already know more than you about airplanes because I've flown one, and you haven't. So,
doesn't mean
just
anything.
because you can drive a car doesn't mean you know anything about it.
yeah. But if somebody knew a lot about a car, you would think that they'd have drove one at some point, didn't you?
That has nothing to do with it.
If you
That's
had
so
a brilliant
dumb.
mechanic,
That's the
but he
worst
didn't know
analogy
how to
ever.
drive, don't you think that there's something fishy going on there?
You
Well, if you're a
you
pilot,
can't
what's your
form a
rating?
critical thought at all.
A+.
Single engine, multi-engine, passenger.
All the engines.
Chris, did
Nice
you
try.
have
You're not a
any?
pilot.
I'm not a pilot.
Yeah, you
I
would
wanna
have
hear about
immediately
Chris.
about instrument ratings or non-instrument ratings or
Exactly. That's why I asked that. I'm a retired air traffic controller, so I know all about that.
Okay. Yeah, no, my grandma was a flight instructor. So I've flown a plane. I'm not a
What a
pilot.
useless debater he is. Wow.
Chris, I wanted
You're
to know if.
Go back to your Rubik's Cube. Have you finished that Rubik's
stop
Cube yet?
it. Both of you,
Several
shut
times.
up. Chris, I wanted to know if you had something to add in. You're muted.
Muted.
You're muted,
Good job,
Chris.
Still muted.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Oh, Jesus, Joe, stop
one of
it.
those. But the one question I had was actually specifically because we know of contrails back from, or actually, and I'm using the wrong terminology, I apologize, but for the actual chemical trails, when do they actually start? Like, just even if it's a conspiracy, just when do you guys think it actually started?
In history?
I think World War II is the earliest.
When we had airplanes.
50s. Clouds.
I know it was used actively in Vietnam, but I think that there's records of it like in World War before that, but I don't know exactly.
Whenever planes flew high enough, I'd assume.
Yeah, because we had contrails back in the 40s. I was just trying to kind of figure out exactly when you guys think it started, and you guys answered, and I appreciate you guys.
I mean,
Actually, hold on. Let me chime in real quick on this.
Chemtrails or no chemtrails? I was just wondering if he believed there were chemtrails or no chemtrails.
Trails behind. The question is,
What
what
is
about
your
trails
name? I
don't
behind
believe in them.
planes?
Hold on, what's that, MC?
He's asking about when in history did these trails appear behind planes?
I think so, yeah. And Chris, do you believe the chemtrails
No.
Well, I mean, that's a good question. Like, if they are true, when did this begin? You know, and there would have to be some type of starting point to it, right? Ben, do you have
The
a thought to it?
observation of the air blast of bombs in World War I led to an increase in the amount of rainfall that took place over the battlefields. They deduced that the amount of particulate matter in the atmosphere led to more condensation around the nuclei, creating more rain.
The specific question you're asking is, when did contrails first show up? Chris?
Because Sasquatch answer would not be
I think he was asking when
He
the
was asking
conspiracy
when
started.
officially cloud seeding started happening, and it was about 1950 when officially they admit that cloud seeding was going on. So what's been going on before that? You'd have to presume that they at least tested it without telling anybody before they could even go in and say, "Hey, we have this thing that works." But somewhere in the 40s, then you could probably presume at least.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, he's saying contrails because you're saying contrails are chemtrails. So basically, when did contrails start appearing on aircraft? Because that would be your chemtrails, correct?
Well, I'm not saying contrails don't exist. I'm also not saying that this is where you're going with that is that that everything is either one or the other. And I'm not saying that contrails don't exist. I'm saying, and I'm certain that under certain pristine conditions, something similar happens. But what we see today, we see large patches of it nowhere near airports a lot of times, and just these giant grids that don't move in particular. Do I think that all of that is contrail? No, I think that's crazy.
So is there a way to determine visually which one of the contrails are contrails and which one of the chemtrails are chemtrails, or do they pretty much all just look the same? If they pretty much all just look the same, then how could you come to the conclusion that some are chemicals and some are not?
Well, the ones that you would typically be under question are the ones that don't dissipate within 15, 20 minutes, something like that. The ones that literally you can go out there at lunch, go out there in the afternoon, and that bugger's still sitting there looking exactly the same. Those are the ones.
No, they spread out.
Yeah, they don't look.
This eliminates
being hyperbolic, but you know what he means.
For the ones that are remaining in the sky. So now we have a target that we can choose to use different instruments such as LiDAR or even air scrubbers to find out which chemicals are within these specific chemtrails, leaving out all contrails, because now we have a definite definition of chemtrails as ones that stay in the sky for a prolonged duration.
I think that was from the hip sort of explanation of how he looks for him, not a definitive definition of him. But my question, and I don't know the answer to this isn't like a gotcha or lead. What is the temperature up like at that altitude? Just from the range.
On average?
Yeah.
Between negative 15 and negative 20 degrees at 35,000 feet.
Okay.
All right. Chris, did you have any other questions to add in?
Oh, but basically that was
all right. Is he stalling for anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's stuttering for me too.
Okay, I'm gonna throw him back. And let me do this real quick because Ben's like dying to ask a question. Ben, is that you, darling?
Yep, how's it going?
Yeah, next time get a membership so you're first in line, ding dong, okay?
Yeah,
All
ding
right.
dong.
Mm-hmm.
What's up,
All
Flo?
right.
What's going on?
I think you need to ask your question quickly since Craig is going to make his exit shortly.
Yeah, so Craig, I was just going to ask, it's more related to how you debate. I think it might have already been asked before, but why do you cry so much when you debate? Like, you tell people, don't interrupt me, and then you just interrupt all the time. I'm just curious.
Because I have a rule. I treat people how they treat me. If they start interrupting me and over talking me, then I will do the same to them. You will never find it that I'm the one that starts it, but I treat people as they treat me because that seems fair. You can look at many of my debates and see where that doesn't happen because the person I'm speaking to has some impulse control themselves. But if someone wants to act a dick, then I will be a dick 5 times worse. If you don't like it, then suck it.
I don't know if you. I think
that makes sense because I guess you. I assume you're gay, right?
Oh my God, Ben!
Are you hitting on me?
Oh, sorry.
Wow, right, am I gay? Right. So
Ben
this
is gay for you.
is. Let me put this up. This is my wife. Of 18 years. That I recently took to Amsterdam on our 18th wedding anniversary and took her to a restaurant at Kura Hotel. So no, I'm definitely not gay. I hate to disappoint you. I'm sorry, but if you like, you can still take a picture of me and use it for your wank bank.
Look at MC sitting there with that knowing look on his face, like he really is gay.
Did you say wank bank or spank bank? Because we always say spank bank here.
Last thing, and I'll drop off to let somebody else get
to
up.
be fair, the haircut. I mean,
is that a faux hawk? That's a faux hawk.
Yes.
But Chris was up. If he does come back up, I do want him to know I was the one that super chatted to have him speak the other day. And I don't remember him answering Andrew Wilson's question. So I was wanting it kind of answered if he ate it or not. So that 530 pounds.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. That was
but
nasty.
it wasn't answered. So.
Nasty. All right. Bye, Ben. We love you.
Yeah. Bye.
And in all fairness,
so many people
rocked faux hawks too, so that was not shade.
So many people try to attack me by calling me gay. Number one,
as Ben leaves, I believe I'm also
in 2025. And number 2,
I'm also going to step out for a second or step off so that other people can come up.
Hold on.
He has the best mustache in the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Craig, are you making your exit?
Yes, I am. I have to travel to Edinburgh tomorrow for a podcast, so I do need to sleep at some point. This claim wasn't programmed to stay awake forever. Thank you very much for keeping me, let me come and have a laugh with some people who understand nothing about basic physics. It's always fun. Everyone watching on my channel, go and join in on Sara and Toon's channel, and make sure you join in on Thursday on my channel for part 2 of my debate with Mr. Trump-tastic. It's going to be a dumpster fire. I'll speak to you all later.
Ooh, fun, Craig. And would
See
you
you at
like
the
me to
Secret Decimal
disconnect?
Craig, well, I'll just end the stream on my end, so it'd be cool. Right?
You can't, you can, but I just want to make sure you do.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you very much.
Good night, Craig. Thank you for coming on this evening.
Always fun. See you later. Bye.
All right.
Why does that guy look like a filter?
He looks like a filter.
His face is a filter. Why did he leave? He looked like the most interesting person.
No, I removed him. If you said he looks like a filter, I will remove him.
No, I would like to have that filter. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not trying to get you taken down. My bad.
It's too impeccable. It's too amazing.
It's great.
Jay is one of my subscribers.
Okay, fair enough. And then, all right, we got a whole new crowd going on here.
Oh, good. Spicoli's here.
Spicoli, if you talk about the JJs or any other weird shit.
No, I've only got a minute. I've got to go. I've only got a minute.
Thank
I've got a minute. What is it? Well, I just got a minute. I'll be leaving in less than a minute. What is it tonight? Soy boy hour. Every one of these dudes is soy as fuck. They're femmed out. You're more masculine than these dudes, man.
Bye, Spicoli. All
that was fun.
He's compensating for something.
He just comes on to bitch and complain and whine or talk about the JJ. It is just it's not productive to the conversation. You know, I mean, like, I understand like a little fun here and there, but if you only come on just to spurg, it just doesn't do us any good. All right.
Good. I feel like it's therapeutic for him somehow. I hope it is anyway. It's like him and Imperius. Therapeutic.
Very well could be. All right. We got Joe, King Ed, Brenda Debates, Rock E, and Dustin Buck. Let's see. King already kind of prompted some thoughts. Brenda, do you have something to add in?
Good evening to everybody, and nice to see you again. I'm just glad that Craig and Mike Toon did not divulge the true ingredients in chemtrails, which is it's called the transgender retroviral anthrogenetic program, also known as TRAP.
I knew it.
It makes frogs gay.
Alex Jones was right.
The frog's gay! The turn of the frog's gay!
I'm glad his mic clips.
Sarah, I worked on that joke. I wrote it down. I got the words right. I worked on it.
Look at her face. She loved it.
It could have been better.
All right.
Could have been better.
Sarah.
Professional. Not a
Well,
It's a tough
to be
crowd.
quite honest, Brenda, and here's why, and it's nothing on you bringing that joke to light. It's that every debate we always somehow end up in the transgender conversation somehow, and I was like, yay, we're talking about chemtrails tonight. It's not going to come up, and then
Don't worry, Mel.
somehow
She's a turf.
you found a way to bring it in, and I'm like, oh, we'll never
I
get away from that
retract it.
conversation.
I won't push it any further than that, right? So I'm sorry.
Mel, I thought it was a
Okay. It was still a funny joke.
Whoops.
That's not Mel.
Brenda, I thought it was a fantastic joke. It's not your fault that Sarah's a turf.
I liked it.
She's not a turf.
Mainly because they're turning all the frogs gay.
I like it less now.
Yeah, I totally get it. It's funny, but I'm just like, oh, we could have gotten through a whole night of chemtrails without going there.
But since we're talking about it,
Oh God!
We're not
All
talking
right.
about it.
God, no.
Go ahead. Yeah, are the chemtrails causing the frogs to turn gay? Let's do it.
So I do remember. I am probably one of the older people here, and I do recall seeing contrails as a kid in the skies. So I don't think it's a recent thing, right? And I noticed also when I was a kid that the contrails tended to move in the direction of the wind in the upper atmosphere. It would move as a whole unit and also gradually spread out, get thinner and thinner. So I just don't think that there's really anything to it, except for, yes, I can confirm that vinegar does indeed counteract the effects of the chemicals, right? Because vinegar is acid dissolved base, neutralizes base. So therefore, there you go. That's science.
You ever tried bleach?
Even Toon would not refute me.
You ever try quercetin?
There is an acid, and acid neutralizes base. He will not contend with me.
It's all
Ben
about
in
the
with
base,
the big
no
five
trouble.
says, "Here's the troll tariff." Thank you. I highly recommend you all pay the troll tariff to allow more trolls.
Troll toll.
Troll toll. I like that. The troll toll. Thank you.
You know, that's a song. Gotta pay the troll toll if you want to get into this boy's hole.
Oh no!
It's from Always Sunny. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Go ahead, Brenda. I was way more inclined to listen
it's
to
fine.
where you were going with that.
I was just. I think the two requirements are either right. You be informative and educational, or else funny. So I opted for funny.
And you've been knocking it out of the park tonight, whether or not Sarah's being a turf.
Bad taste is always approved.
Can it be both? Can we not learn and enjoy it? Can it be funny? I mean,
it has
I'm
to be
also
funny.
pretty old. I don't recall them from when I'm a kid, but I don't ever actually bring that up as a point because I'm from South Dakota, and who the fuck goes there? Like, we didn't have that many planes.
why would you look up?
Yeah.
Snakes are more interesting than the sky.
Goodness. All right. Are the frogs turning gay?
No, that's not the topic.
I do.
That's
I
not
do
the
have
topic.
a question. The chemtrails, like what exactly is the harm? Assuming, let's just, for sake of argument, pretend chemtrails are real, they're a negative thing. What kind of damage would they be doing? And if so, what would be the purpose behind them?
So
The purpose behind the chemtrails.
No.
Typically,
Actually, let me hold that thought for a second. Brenda, do you have a fan on? I noticed when you came on, there was like a fan noise.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Appreciate. Oh, that's so much better. All right, Sasquatch. I think you were going at something, and then Benjamin and
You know, the entire climate activist culture that exists today was derived largely through the Rockefeller Institute, but I'm not getting to that. What I'm getting to is the albedo effect of clouds and the desire to have more cloud cover to reduce the surface temperature of the Earth for whatever reason. I'm not sure why they want to do it. That does seem to be a large part of what the different programs are designed to do, whether it has to do with climate change, human-induced temperature rise, carbo effects, whatever. I think that's the most likely intent, just on its surface, is to just increase the amount of cloud cover in general. Whether or not there's rain involved or not, it would reflect more sunlight back to space, reducing the surface temperature of the Earth. That's my theory.
All right.
But clouds
So
trap heat.
the harm, I got you, bro. I get it. He kind of went sideways. Which was a good answer, but it wasn't quite answering your question. The harm, and it just depends on what you're believing that are in these. For the just basic cloud seeding, who knows? I don't know that that's doing that much. Silver's really not that horrible for you. You got to have quite a bit of it. But when you look at it, there's the most common one that's thrown around is barium and aluminum. And they have that whole thing where they're like, it's ball worship and all this blah, blah, blah. Not really down with any of that either. If you're looking at the way that works out, then the reason that you would add the particulated barium is because aluminum, when you've broken it down that far, actually goes inert pretty quickly, and it would become ineffective in the upper atmosphere. So the barium kind of acts as a shield for the aluminum and keeps the aluminum more active when you've broken it down chemically. Well, then where the problem is when you look at all brain diseases that have really taken dominance, Alzheimer's, a lot of different dementias, autism, all these different things, you find toxic doses of aluminum in the brain of basically all these people. And so you're seeing a whole lot of heavy metal that you shouldn't be seeing. Now, there's a lot of speculation what kind of sources that you could be getting that from also, but that would be the main problem is these things in a very particulated way are able to enter in, get to spots that they aren't because they're broken down specifically to hang up in the air, and now they're able to pass barriers because of their fineness that they wouldn't normally be able to pass. Things like that would be what's thrown around the most.
Can I ask him a follow-up question on that real quick?
Sure.
So what you're saying is the brain diseases and whatnot that they're trying to induce with these cloud seeding, would that fall back on like trying to promote big pharma for medicine for ongoing care of people that need constant medication because of the cloud seeding? Like a money grab?
I wouldn't say that myself. I wouldn't say that they're trying to cause harm when they're doing that. It's very similar to the way that when they originally brought out Roundup and things, they were trying to make industrial farming better. And now we know that the side effects from it are horrifying. And they don't know those things a lot of times for 20, 30, 40 years. And so I'm not saying that the harm was the main cause. That's just a side effect. The ionizing of the sky, once again, you look at it, everybody's screaming to have 5G, 6G, 7. And the thing is
oh yes, Mike.
As you
yes,
you know nothing. You know nothing of this topic. You should stop talking now.
As you expand that, the field gets smaller. And so this is why he's asking what is put out there, and I'm pretty well aware of what's put out there.
No, you're
Hey,
not.
Balderson.
Well, no, I was asking if it was like a money grab, if the pharmaceuticals were trying to make money off this. But what you're trying to get at is you're saying it was an incidental. They were trying to do good, but ended up doing bad. Yeah. Okay, that's so basically, would I be correct in saying that on its face, you're not against chemtrails because they're not trying to do harm?
I'm not sitting there going, there's some evil sons of bitches. I think that
we have a fairly shallow understanding of most things.
You have
and
a
we don't
shallow
understand
understanding.
the consequences for a very long time. Very
Balderson.
Okay.
Have you ever had an X-ray, Balderson? Have you ever had an X-ray? Not of your lungs, but of your GI tract. Of your GI tract?
No.
GI X-ray. One of the things about that is that you drink quite a lot of a barium sulfate, either in liquid form or you swallow it in paste form. It is a considerable amount of barium, far more than you could possibly get from an airplane flying over you at 35,000 feet. Right. So it's not. It's just not going to be something that's going to be resulting in health problems, right? Since you,
I
literally drink,
problem. I specifically said the barium keeps the aluminum from going inert.
It's barium is going to bond. It's very reactive. It's going to combine with whatever's around it pretty much, and barium sulfate is used as medium for X-ray departments. I worked in an X-ray department for many years, right? You drink a barium solution to take a GI X-ray. So it's just not a problem.
You know the difference between a solid and a very fine gas, right?
And just because a doctor
gives same things.
Yes, I took science in 8th grade. Yes, you're right. I know the difference between solids and gases.
Okay. So how does the fact that you got an X-ray make the barium healthy?
The barium gets healthy. It absorbs your life force from you. Right. That's the whole point.
Shut the fuck up. That's bullshit. They didn't tell me that.
Brenda's messing.
Striking It Rich comes in with a big 5, says, when did people start trusting the U.S. government so much? This feels like a panel of people who trusted the science and took the vaccine. Shaking my head.
Dude, I got made fun of because of like shit like the CIA and saying that they do things without reporting.
You got made fun of
all
because
the
you
time,
made
like,
baseless
that's some
claims.
crazy shit. Like
all you have are baseless claims.
every year it comes out that different
Same old
projects
flat
that we
earther type activity here.
All right, let me. Emmett, are you with us, darling?
I am. Hello, Sara.
Hello. How are you this evening?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm good. What's 6 + 6?
12.
What you used that before? You got to use a different one. He's cheating.
All right, Emmett. What's 7 + 7?
14.
What's the square root of 137?
I actually don't understand why you asked that. What do you think you're
It just prompts further conversation to make them continue talking. That's all.
Okay. I just think it's a bad way of weeding out.
What's the limit? I have one. What's the limit of 1 over x as x approaches 0? Positive.
You win. You win.
What is the terminal velocity of an unladen European swallow?
It's not terminal velocity. It's air
Is it carrying
velocity.
a coconut or not?
Oh, people.
All right, Emmett, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question for the people that believe in chemtrails.
Go for it.
Well, one of the things I've noticed that very few people seem to know about is that gases usually have colors, and all of the chemtrails they usually point out are just white. So,
do gases normally have colors? I don't think gases normally do have colors. You look around you and you don't see colors, right? Air doesn't have color. Steam doesn't really have color.
Steam has a color. Steam is white.
Yeah.
Well, that's what chemtrails are. So I assume that you were not treating that as a color.
Well, if there's like a specific, you guys usually talk about the specific gases, and those gases have colors. So if you go ahead and you say that you're making chemtrails out of it, and they're just white, I don't understand where you're coming, where your logic comes from.
I don't understand what the question is. So maybe you're right. Maybe.
Can I try to help define his question?
Sure.
So I think I understand what he's getting at. What he's getting at is like, do you know neon lights? There's argon lights, xenon, neon lights. They glow with different colors because of electrical charge.
Mm-hmm.
Well, different gases cause different effects and cause different colors. So if contrails are white, meaning it's mainly just water, which is ice, which is white because of its reflectivity, why aren't the contrails different colors matching these chemicals?
Was that the question? And I guess regardless of whether or not that was the question, I guess I can conversationally take your word for it. I don't know that I agree that water is the source of white gas, right? It's presumably there's lots of other gases that are.
Well, no, I said ice in general, not water. Ice, because ice is generally white because of its reflectivity. It's white. Which contrails are mostly ice. They're ice crystals.
Yeah. And there's nothing else that would create that color. I don't know. I don't know about the colors of gases. I just it just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem to me logical that.
If there's nothing else but ice to make that color, then they aren't chemtrails.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I gotta believe that there is something else that would make gas that color than besides ice, right?
Well, hydrogen, helium, or other ones that turn white when they're frozen.
They aren't going to freeze up.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're not going to freeze at that altitude, but I'm just saying that those will be white in a crystalline form. Most other chemicals won't be white in a crystalline form.
I don't have any way to answer
And
this.
speaking of freezing up, I'm going to freeze the panel and give the mic over to MC. I believe you're going to make your exit.
Yes, I'm gonna head out. Gonna go back to my channel and hang out there a little bit. Thank you, Sarah. It's been super good. I was hoping maybe somebody might show up with a little bit of 5G stuff, but if they do, Sarah, hook me up. I'm good for
I
it.
will put a radar out for it. I can find someone for you, definitely.
I have to go too. Because
Okay,
I'm
hold
just
hold on just a second. Let Toon finish off.
Before Toon dips out, just real quick, how do you know about 5G and stuff? Like, what's your interest or background in it?
I studied electrical engineering in university.
I'm just curious. I've never heard anybody come out, that excited about 5G. So
Yeah, 5G
I don't know anything
is
about it, but
5G is safer. It's a good thing.
I bought one of these guys, and it was interesting to me that I get lower EMF readings like right underneath the 5G tower than kind of all over the rest of the metro area. So.
Yeah, and it's a much narrower band because as they bring it up, just like a magnet, a lower Gauss magnet has a larger field, and as you jack up the power, the field starts actually narrowing.
That makes no sense at all.
Actually, it's reverse. 5G is a wider band than 4G.
Band. Anytime you bring those up, just
No,
like
that's why it's a shorter frequency length. No, 5G is a wider.
All right. Stop.
Sorry,
MC Toon
5G is a
was
wider
exiting.
band.
Hold on. MC Toon was exiting. If the question was short and sweet, I'll allow it, but we're not going to keep going on with the conversation.
The first 5G in Canada was a lower frequency. 5G isn't tied to any specific frequency.
It causes C19. I'm just kidding.
Anyway, thank you,
I'm just
Sarah. It's
kidding.
been super. We'll catch y'all later, everybody.
Thank you, MC. I'll find someone for you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, what have I done? So what kind of, I totally called it ahead of time. It's a Mott and Bailey. Totally Mott and Bailey. They do not, just like flat earthers today, the modern flat earthers, they don't want to, the Discord ones especially, they do not want to make a positive claim because they know they have to back it up. That was almost the entire debate was them running from making a positive claim. And I said it beforehand, didn't I? The Mott and Bailey. If you haven't heard of this, the Mott and Bailey, look it up, just Google it. There's several articles on it. It's where they have two different things. They have the position that they claim, chemtrails, right? And then they're like, but geoengineering. The geoengineering really exists. Therefore, chemtrails really exist. Therefore, I don't need to even talk about chemtrails because geoengineering. You see, they did exactly that. I mentioned Mott and Bailey beforehand. They would not address evidence of whether or not the things behind passenger planes, the things that they showed pictures of, passenger planes, those lines were behind passenger planes. They would not address that because they know they don't have any evidence for it. They have a blind religious faith that those things that are behind those planes are something bad, that the nameless, faceless they are doing something evil to control them, to make them sicker, to do whatever nefarious things they think they need to do. Whatever it is what they're doing. What is it? Don't know, but it's bad and they're doing it. That's their position, but they know in a debate that's a ridiculous position to come at. So they do the Mott and Bailey. They're like, oh, there's geoengineering. Therefore, chemtrails are real, without actually having a clear definition of what chemtrails are. So it's really no different than the flat earthers in their technique. It's just the same. They're like, Earth flat. Okay, well, how do the seasons work? Oh, well, the sun does circles around the North Pole and it gets wider and narrower. Okay, well then, what about the 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica? Things in the sky don't prove the shape of the Earth, but you just explained how seasons work, and there's a natural, an absolute mandatory observation that must follow from that particular claim. But you don't want to touch it. Jay Donahue, the man with the mustache, that was... Says, I had to go on. My mic was muted, but did you see me? I was going to say I'm not from Westchester County because of my gray hair. Thank you, Jay. That was pretty good. No, you don't look anything like Cece. You're good. You're totally good. Angel Gamer says, hope you had fun tonight. I did. Thank you, Angel Gamer. 28 months member. Thank you. I know Angel Gamer in real life. Lives not far from me. Though the ultimate frisbee field that we used to use, they ripped it up. They put in a new baseball field. We can't even use it anymore. So it used to be a bit closer to where Angel Gamer lives. So anyway, Jack Fatter says, seriously, these two mouth breathers are making a case for chemtrails. One can't shut up. The other has a third grade reading skills. This is their best. Yes, this is the best that chemers have to offer. You go on X and you find them talking about it. You find that, in their little groups, they're posting things back and forth. They're like, I'm doing research. Or really? What? Pictures of the sky. That's not research. What was your hypothesis for this research? What experiment are you conducting? There's things in the sky. How do you know what's in them? Well, because things that stay around a long time are definitely not contrails. Well, how do you know that? Because somebody else told me. That's it. That's really it. Icy Spin says, you can't prove it's not chemtrails. Craig McToon, 1 and 2. That's it. That was, yes. Prove me wrong. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, citation needed for just one of their claims. Well, the claim that they gave, this was great. The claim they gave was, I'll give it to you here. Let me grab it here. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. Grab it again. And that's where I got the actual the text of the law that Weather Modification Reporting Act of 1972, 15 USC Section 330 requires that all persons who conduct weather modification activities with the United States report such activities to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce at least 10 days prior to and after undertaking the activities. Failure to report can result in fines up to $10,000. And so I read, and he's like, well, do you know that persons doesn't include corporations and contractors? So I read the actual thing. He's like, I didn't claim that, and I played it. Thank you, Angel Gamer, for finding it. A few others found it. I was trying to find it. I thought I had correctly muted the channels, and I didn't. You were hearing it, but they weren't over on Sarah's channel. So, yeah. So, first law, First law of Flurf. And so people are like, well, they weren't flat earthers. Well, Balderson seems to be a flat earther. It's like, we live inside of an egg, and inside the egg is the white part and the living part. Okay, maybe you're not a flat earther. Maybe you're a concaver. That was his explanation. It's a cosmic egg. Albino Bad Guy says, do you ever have any plans to take a drive with the family to Las Vegas? I would have to really want to drive that far to go to Las Vegas. I'd fly there. I have flown there with the family. We flew to Vegas and then drove to California. So, why? So that I could see the lack of contrails in the sky. Icy Spin says, Craig relit the dumpster with his Southboard FKME. FKME. Yeah, I'm like, Craig, stop interrupting. They look dumb. If we don't interrupt, they look dumb. JD63 is a member at Newton. Thank you very much. Earthly Skeptic, member for 1 month, says, interesting bit about contrails. The semicircular shape of the very long contrails is only possible on a globe. Of course. Thank you for that. The Sun Express says, it is particularly funny how chemtrails, cranks, never consider the fact that the super evil, they live and breathe in the same atmosphere we do. And what was their answer when they were asked about this? Well, maybe they don't live there. Contrails are everywhere that people live in numbers. The nameless, faceless, they live in these places. And it's at high altitude. It disperses everywhere. Whatever it is going everywhere because it disperses everywhere. Obviously, watching them, you can see they don't just fall down to the ground. So whatever they are, water. It's not just falling down and being in a local region. It's going everywhere. Jack Fetter says, not semantics. Every photo shown was contrails. Yes, of course. And none of them had a plane. He had carefully selected contrails that did not have an airplane in front of it. Because they're commuter planes. They're just regular passenger planes. They did not like that topic at all. You hear how they ran from the passenger plane? Oh, they had no interest in talking about that. But that's what it is. The vast majority of flights in the United States and around the world are what? Passenger planes. The things that we see near populated areas are from passenger planes. Earthly Skeptic says, why breath disperses but contrails don't? It's the volume of the condensate. Air only holds so much water vapor. Breath is so small it disperses quickly. True. And the other thing is that it also doesn't even have an opportunity to form ice crystals. And to go from, there's a large amount of energy necessary to go from ice to water and then water to steam, right? Those two phase changes takes more energy than to just go from water to steam. So vapor. Angel Gamer says Flow/Dusty is a kind of POS debate, bro. Yeah. He wanted to enter a debate about chemtrails, but would not walk to the end of his driveway to find supporting evidence for it. That's not a good faith debater. I put time into my presentation. I investigated the topic. I tried to find those two guys if they had ever addressed this topic before. Maybe they have. I didn't find it. I watched a bunch of different videos pro and con on this topic. I watched some other debates on this topic. I read a bunch of things on this topic. I looked up the chemical formula for it. I typed into, I installed an extension in my Google Slides software to do latex. I don't normally use latex, but so that I could put those formulas in correctly so that they rendered right. And I just didn't have to do like 1/4, like 1/4. I could have 1/4. So it looked better. That's the kind of detail that I looked at. And what did bro fluffer whatever guy do? He's like, oh, I wouldn't walk to the end of my driveway. There you go. I take this seriously. He doesn't. He's just a lazy, good for nothing idiot who doesn't understand these topics at all, but likes to think that he does. Caucasian Sensation says someone's been watching movies like Snowpiercer. It's not me. What is Snowpiercer? 2013 post-apocalyptic film thriller based on the French climate fiction graphic novel Something in French. Okay. It has killed all life except for the survivors who boarded the Snowpiercer. Sounds like a good movie. I'm in. Is it subtitled though? I mean, I'll watch them. Is it dubbed? Dub's better. I kind of like dubbed movies. You like dubbed movies? Here's your chance. You can vote in the poll. Especially if they're cheesy. Kyle says the best computer is a man, and it's the only one that can be mass produced by unskilled labor. Werner von Braun. That's true. I'd say an awful lot of the manufacturing is by unskilled labor. At least 50%. Alyssum says, weird how chemtrails are weirdly wind and weather dependent. It's almost as if contrails take different times to disappear depending on conditions. So the 80% versus 20% thing you kept bringing up, like there is an 80% reduction in the flights, but there is only a 20% reduction in the contrails. That actually does make sense. Because the we still, the flights are primarily near the coasts where it's more humid, right? So those flights are going to be even when there's less, and there's less big cross country flights, but they're still going to be in this, kind of the same region. You're still going to see them because they're in the areas that are more likely to see it. Near the coasts, higher humidity. I see Spin says, I vote we call them chemdoodles. Professional. Chemdoodles. I see Spin says the theme tonight was I don't know and claims our evidence. Yeah, he really did. He really did say that. He's like, well, my evidence is that I claim this. Wow. That's amazing evidence. It's just your claim. The D-Boy 83 says Snowpiercer is largely an English film. All right, there we go. Handsome someone says a good part of my days now that Flat Earth is losing steam is chemies love debating the subject. There's some funny groups on Facebook that I've been in for many years on chemtrails. All 33 is still here. Oh, good for you, 33. You're so precious. I love that you come here. It's almost, I couldn't do any better if I paid you to come here just to get whack-a-mole. So thank you. Never go changing. I had there's a little bit of something in here, and I had a little bit of something in here. Oh, there's a little something left. Just a second. And I had, well, you saw me eat dinner. It was a small beef stick and a granola bar, basically. So Steve from Wormhaven says, I can't get over that he called you both gay nerds. and said he wanted to give you a wedgie. 80s high school movie energy. This debate will totally help us lose our virginity, bro. That was it. That guy tonight will finish up that stream very late, and then go and probably watch Breakfast Club and dip into his spank bank from it. Jay Donashi says, never saw a debate where the monitor got off the rails a little bit. I find that kind of refreshing. Do you mean the moderator? Yeah, I mean, she was basically trying to get them to do what a debater needs to do in a debate. But it's always the case on the third party channels, right? How often on Modern Day Debate do I pull this book out? Right? And did I expect it to come out tonight? I did not, but because what other debate platforms have I been on? Modern Day Debate. I've been on a couple other, like very small, like trying to get off the ground, but they didn't go anywhere debate platforms. But Modern Day Debate and now Sara. And both of them, the other party were so bad at debating that they needed to get instructions in the middle of the debate on how to do a debate. It's almost every time in Modern Day Debate now. You need to tell them how they need to debate, right? You make a claim, you bring positive evidence for the claim. I do that. I get it though. There is no evidence for flat Earth, and there's no evidence that the things behind planes are anything other than water vapor or water condensing. Astrokate Sathik says world flights like in China reduced 80%. US flights were only reduced by 20%. MIT only studied US contrails and they said reduced 20%. I have sources. Oh, I would love that, Astrokate, if you'd send them to me, please. So, here it is. Could you send them? Because if in the live chat I won't get them. There it is. That's awesome. Monkey Cat. Let's see. Oliver Brand says Monkey Cat Pat. I'm subscribed on YouTube too. I live the Forever-a-thon that's been running since December 2023. Misties Unite. What are you talking about? I gotta go. Monkey Cat Pat. I watch it to this day on YouTube. It's a comfort show. Man, we gotta dig back here. Alda Brand 4. Gotta go find it. So I started watching the show. You're not telling me. Toon may have seen it. It's in the KTMA era. Gotta keep going back. I don't know what this is. Yes, we're rebuilding this. Manos, the Hands of Faith. Manos, the Hands of Fate. I'm a big fan of. Love that movie. Only can watch it. Only can stand to watch it in Mystery Science Theater 3000. But I don't know what this Manos, the Hands of Faith is. Can you link it? This is a channel? Or is it MST3K? Are you just talking about Manos, the Hands of Fate? I don't know. All right. Yeah, that the guy that started it was from Minneapolis, from up here, up in this vicinity. I don't know. Yeah, they swapped him out for somebody else. Icy Spin says, is 33 the inventor of gematria? No, but 33 is a purveyor of diarrhea. So, Gowden says MDD is a friggin' grifter channel, only answer to paid chats. So disingenuous. Yeah, you get what you get. It's a big channel. They do what they do. So, I mean, I like it occasionally. I like to go on there occasionally. Why? Because I like to expand my channel. And why do I want to expand my channel? A lot of reasons, including so I might make a little more money. So, I mean, I can't get too much on MDD for that, right? Now I don't press it. I'm not. One time I did a commercial on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. It wasn't for much, and I didn't even send the bill, so I didn't even get paid for it. I did an ad and I didn't get paid for it because when I'm like, I could send the bill, but it's not much. And number two, I just didn't like it so much. And when they like a year later, they're like, hey, we want to do that again. I'm like, I bet you do. You didn't pay me for it. My fault. But I didn't even answer. Monkey. All right. Aldebrand 4 says Aldebrand 4. Baron? Aldebaran 4 says Monkey mentioned MST3K, so I admitted I've been a longtime fan. Then the conversation started. I got it. All right. Well, Kaiser Cube says you missed my ping, but Cool Hand Logic did a fantastic video on chemtrail loonies, and it really did pass the test of time. Please check it out. You'll have a laugh at the best, at the least. I've watched both the Flat Earth and the stationary Earth nonsense responses to that Cool Hand Logic did. But I did not see that one yet. Anyway, Albino Bad Guy says, I'm in LV, Las Vegas. I'd meet you there for some Toonshine. I had a little. Just don't. Didn't have much dinner. Thosis says you don't do any sponsors ads, but do you get offers? I do. Now the problem is I get a lot of offers and many of them are fake. So out of curiosity, just last week, I responded to one that was GoPro. And I was curious. I'm like, I don't know how legit this is. So normally I get a lot of them in email. And you can tell by the domain name whether or not it's legit. If they're claiming that they're from Shopify, but their email address is not Shopify, fake, right? So this was on X. The guy sent me a DM, a private DM, uninvited. That's a flag right there. Said that he works for GoPro and wants to do some videos. I'm like, some product placement. I'm like, well, I don't know. And I investigate what I think are scams all the time. I get a phone call, I investigate it. It's part of what I do for my job. So I'm like, I'll answer. So I responded to this one. And I'm like, well, what's the deal? They go through the deal. They actually got the real contract from GoPro, right? And so this guy's just on X. There's no way to validate himself other than he has a long history on X. He's been on there a long time. That's it. Many years. Not many followers, and he doesn't do any conversations. It's always just reposting of GoPro things. I'm like, well, that's probably somewhat legitimate. So I'm like, well, tell me about it. He tells me about it. And I'm like, well, let's talk about it. We set up an appointment. We're going to have a phone call. And I'm like, well, that will be something, because a phone call is a barrier that is a harder one to get over for the scammers. They get over it. They will have people that can hold a conversation. This guy was from England. They could have a guy from England with the proper accent do it. They've done that before if it's a big thing. And then I'm like, well, how do I know who you are? Oh no, so about an hour before the call, sends me over a contract, a non-disclosure contract. And I look at it and it's elementary. Like, oh, this contract was crap. It was just a non-disclosure capitalization was wrong, punctuation was wrong. I'm like, oh yeah, there it is. But what is the scam? What is the call to action? This is the thing we always look for. So if we can trigger off the call to action, then that's the key thing, right? You may build all these conversational things around it in an email that look legitimate, but the call to action is always something, right? A link to a website, a stock, a Bitcoin address, a phone number. Those are calls to actions that we see in emails. So what is the call to action in this exchange? I don't know this yet. So I'm like, all right, well, I want to do the call to see how it's going to go. So I actually tried to fill out the form, not using legitimate stuff. I couldn't actually get the form to fill out. It was actually a real legitimate contract place. It wasn't a big one. It was a smaller one. So anyway, and then he stopped responding when I didn't actually fill out the form and send it back. So I don't know what the call to action is. I don't know how this guy was going to scam. I don't know how he does it. So anyway, reported to GoPro, nothing. Sent an email to the real guy. He has a real LinkedIn page, nothing. Sent a link or a connect invite on LinkedIn, nothing. So can't stop him. There's a guy on X that's posing as a GoPro marketing person that's out there scamming people. And GoPro is so impossible to reach a human there that they won't. I tried, can't get it. So Icy Spin says you should take the call next time and record it for content. What do you think I was gonna do? Of course I was gonna record it. Of course I was. So there you go. All right. Arnold says my mind is blow. My mind is blow. 2112 2112 3333. What does Rush have to do with this? 21. I don't know. Where did you? I mean, all right. So that's a more than it's about a century in the future. 2112, the 21st of December, at 3 after 3 with 33 seconds. I don't know what that has to do. Rick Dubit says I'd pay good money to see CC from New York, Westchester County get a swirly. I would too. CC, how much? Everybody's got their price. CC, how much? I mean, exactly how many boogers would it need? I can hook you up. I got connections. Yes, I know 2112 is a Rush album, but what do the rest of the numbers have to do with it? 2112, right? So it's 2112. If you do that, it's the 21st day of December, right? But then what's 33? What's that? I don't know what that is. You're losing me, Arnold. You're losing me. I'm sure it was amazing, but I don't know what it was. Anyway, people, I think I'm gonna go. I got like a bunch of videos to do, and I just yesterday finished doing my taxes. So happy. I hate doing them because I get nervous. Like I don't want to get audited. But I don't want to pay any more than I need to. So like where do I sit? I'm like, oh, the not get audited area. Anyway, it was okay. I've paid. It's been worse. But the final experiment, all the money I got from that, I got like the stuff from PayPal. They sent to 1099, but not all of it was that. So I actually had it swung okay on that one, even though I did, I paid money to go, but it wasn't that much. So anyway. Oh my gosh. And the Jordan said, where do you go to learn how to fart? An institute. Oh my gosh. You had another one before. I'm sure it was a joke. Hold on. And the Jordan said, I rented a limo the other day, but the fee I paid didn't include a driver. Spent all that money and I have nothing to chauffeur it. Oh my gosh. You're not a dad. Jordan, you're not a dad. Well, you can't tell these dad jokes. Thor Casey says, what do we need to bribe? Who do we need to bribe to get an MC Tune, Kit Boga, Rosie, and Scammer Payback collab? Let's see. I was at it before any of them. There's other 419 scammers payback before me for sure. But I was just looking the other day at an email exchange I had with this scammer where they're like asking me to do things. They needed money. And I'm like, I talked to my accountant and he said that we don't have this, but we have this other thing. So I made a fake money order thing, like MoneyGram or Western Union thing. And I sent it to him and I found an address near him for a bank. And I'm like, you need to go to the bank. Here's the instructions. You go to the bank, you go to the teller, you give him this information. And the guy called me back and I recorded the call back. And I'm at work and everybody else around me knew what I was doing. And he's like, there's no money in there. I tried and they didn't even know what I'm talking about. I'm like, what in the world is going on? I think I've been scammed. But it wasn't him. Oh, Craig wants into. All right. Yes, we're all good. I don't know how we're going to do it. But all right. I'm going to get going. All right. So I've got Wednesday for sure. Maybe Wednesday. The plan right now is to do the top left on Wednesday. Make sure you downvote Fakatsoid Sum or Witsit if you want to downvote them. This is your chance. You have 2 more days. Unless we delay it. I don't know if we'll delay it. Because Will has a debate with Sean from Kingdom in Context at 7 p.m. So I don't want to butt up against that because I want to watch that. So I don't know. Anyway, there's that. I will definitely do something on Wednesday. I will definitely do something Thursday. Small chance tomorrow. Small chance. It's a busy week. Anyway, people, thank you so much for coming along. Thank you for joining. I think it's time. I should probably just play the rap battle since Craig and I were on together here today. I appreciate you all stopping by and all the support I get. I really love it. Every single one of you I love deeply. I don't know you. I mean, you know that it's not. I don't know you. You know that. Don't be fooled by when people say that. So, yes, King Cruise's vote tune for top left. Go give it a thumbs up. And everybody, we will see you next time. Here we go.
MC Tune, drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this song.
Let's do this. Yo, it's MC Tune, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC Tune, the one soon cartoons. On your real say, send it first to their dues. Your theories are like old brews, sweeping ignorance, or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach to soft minds unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC Tune, the buffoon with a silver spoon. I tackle pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the rude. When it comes to debunking, I'm the rude.
Here we are now, entertainers, I'm alive.
To the dizzle dizzle. In the rizzle dizzle. But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk, plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I got the upper hand than word indeed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.